In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future.
Hey everyone, we're live here in San Diego at the Qualys QSC Americas. We're thrilled to be here once again. It's always a great conference. And we're actually thrilled to have this woman with us, joining us as our first interview this morning. Her name is Juliet Kayyem.
Yes.
Juliet was the keynote speaker here this morning talking about resiliency, and we're going to jump into that in a second. But Juliet, first of all, welcome and thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So, if you wouldn't mind, people in our audience I'm going to assume a lot of them may not know you.
Yeah.
Might be some who do, but give us a little bit of your background and what brought you here today.
Well, I am a professor at Harvard's Kennedy School, but I've spent a career in disaster and crisis management. Started off in counterterrorism, tell you how the risk environment has changed, although it's still there.
It's still there.
But changes, as the risk environment changed with cybersecurity, obviously pandemic and climate, which we're experiencing every day. And I really think about on the company side, or the sort of, why am I at a place like this, is really thinking about preparing subject matter experts, in particular cybersecurity, for what we call the boom, right? The bad thing happening, and it could be anything, and how in the short bumper sticker, how to fail safer. In other words, if you anticipate the bad thing happening, how can you minimize the harms? Because in some ways, we were talking about it earlier, that is resiliency. That's
a great definition of resiliency.
Yeah.
So I should tell you up front, you're talking to 3 Florida refugees.
Oh my gosh, right now?
Yes.
Like, you literally aren't going back. Oh my God,
so we know all about it all too well.
You're waiting for Milton, right?
Yes, well, we're on the southeast side near
Okay.
Boca Raton area, so it's not really hitting us head on, but I'm sure the dirty side of that storm will bring us some storm damage. But that being said, certainly this is kind of crystallized on everyone's mind. What can we do? I mean, the world's a crazy place these days between climate change, and wars, and terrorist activities, and everything else. And like never before, we depend so much on our IT infrastructure to keep the light, to keep the lights on and keep things moving. What can we do at a high level from a resiliency point of view?
I mean, so if your definition of resiliency, or my definition is, you're going to fail safer, right? So you're going to anticipate the harm, and what I kept saying in the keynote is like your runway is short, right, between bad and really, really bad, right? And you can make those investments now, and what those investments sort of, look like. So one is, and I believe this to be true, is, are you confident in your situational awareness? I mean, in other words, do the systems of which you're finding out things in real time and then relating them to higher ups who are going to have to make the different decisions based on the company, are you relating them in ways that are effective? Are you, you think about products like Qualys and others, like, do you have single points of failure? And if you do, one, don't. But if you do,
we try not to.
We try not to. If you do, what are those systems that are going to support it in its time of stress? I think a lot about, sort of the way I conceptualize stuff is just really in terms of the runway. What do I wish I had at the moment of the crash landing to extend out? And a part of this is just, I mean, your field, like lots of people are invested in, like, everyone talks differently, but like in zero breach, right? Lots of people, lots of companies are selling stuff, lots of whatever. And in some ways, that's not true. So how are you going to think about, what happens?
That was a fallacy in our industry for a very long time, right? We put all of our eggs into the prevention basket and very few eggs into the response basket.
And disclosure, that's exactly right.
And the other thing about it is, and we had this conversation this morning with the new Qualys product they had released, the Risk Operations Center. We historically have an issue in our cyber, before we called it cyber, in our InfoSec industry, between doing security and managing risk. They're not necessarily the same.
They're not.
And so, managing risk for a lot of organizations is not even part of the IT team. It falls under CFOs and that kind of thing.
Right.
So it's hard to do that. But when
No, I mean, this is what I talked a little bit about. It's like you really have to get a handle on our architecture. Whether, we talk about secure by design, but sometimes it's just like, do any of these structures make sense anymore? You have risk, as I joked about on stage, you have risk going to one person, you have cyber going to another, you have physical going to another. But you know what? When something bad happens, the CEO is calling their lawyer. Right, I mean that's
their insurance company,
and the market and the PR team.
And
they're not calling you.
PR.
Right, they're not calling you.
No, the last people they want to talk to is
exactly.
me. But we discussed this on an episode a couple of weeks ago, and someone did an interesting study.
Yeah.
You know the old saying, when it rains, it pours, right? You have, let's say, a climate or some sort of neutral disaster happen or event.
Yeah.
The bad guys in the world, right? The cybersecurity, from a cybersecurity point of view, the hackers, the nation states who seek to exploit this, they live for those moments because now you're susceptible, right? And so the incidence of a sort of natural or neutral disaster coinciding then with a cyber attack.
That's exactly right.
It's pretty high.
Yeah, and then we're seeing like our, these things that we relied on, like our capacity to distribute information, and then of course in this world of disinformation, that information was reliable. This is where AI comes in, but this is also where, just the sort of the rumors and the lies we're seeing with direct impact. This is where our expectations of how communications, of which InfoSec is a part of it, are related, are going to have to change, right? I mean, how are you getting information, and is it relating? I mean, this is not a cyber example, but the example I give in my hurricane is like, what does, you all are from Florida, right? I mean, what is a category 5 mean anymore?
They're all category 5s.
And what matters is the consequence, right? It's the storm surge. And maybe our numbering doesn't make sense.
Category 1 did do a lot of damage too.
And Katrina was a category 3, right?
So,
but it just hits in a certain way. So like maybe the way that we think about risk and whatever isn't correct anymore.
I'll give you a real world example. Right before you got on, Paul, our cameraman, showed me a picture of what appears to be a funnel spout tornado west in the Everglades, but down on our end of the state where we're not supposed to be getting too much. My first thought was, oh, that's not real.
Yeah.
That's an AI picture.
Yeah, generated, right.
Who knows?
Who knows, right? I mean, there's ways, but now we have to get people more educated on, in the end.
It just makes the job harder, the mission.
For your job, this is what, and I think you'll agree with this because you're on the storytelling side. The people in the room are not, they don't think about storytelling, right? They view you suspiciously. But what the storytelling is to actually get people ready, right? To think about ways that we can tell this story of safety and security that is manageable and understandable to people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Look, I know you're pressed for time, but I'm going to ask you one favor.
Yeah.
If you could look into this camera and tell our audience your best advice for what they can do to improve their organization's resiliency.
I think I have 8 from my book. I have 8, but I think everything tends to be the same. This is part of the theme of it. Nothing changes. All of these disasters begin to look the same. And I think what's incumbent on leadership is that you create a culture of anticipating the crash landing. There are reasons why you don't want to do that, reasons why lawyers and insurers and PR people will tell you not to do that, but your responsibility is to think through the consequences of that disruption for your teams, for your leadership, and for your clients and customers.
Absolutely. You mentioned a book.
The Devil Never Sleeps, Learning to Live in an Age of Disasters, and it's risk agnostic. I just talked generically about the boom, cyber, public health, pandemic, terrorism, whatever else.
There's always something.
And it's all at the same time.
Right.
Or at the same time.
Everywhere all at once.
2024, I have to say, 2024 is like all of the above.
And yeah, let's hope it calms down in 2025, though I suspect it won't.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Good luck.
you
You guys, good luck in Florida. My fingers are crossed.
We are too. We're just debating: should we stay here or try to go home on Thursday night? We'll see what happens. But anyway,
do you want my advice?
Stay in San Diego.
Yeah. I mean, why? I mean, what is like? What's a day? And what are you going to do? Either it's in okay shape or it's not. Look at me. I'm like giving personal advice.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Like, you standing there isn't going to help.
Can you tell my wife that's all right?
Where is she?
I left her alone home.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. But,
no. Hey, I told her to come with me. She didn't want to.
There's almost all you might be is a burden on the system.
That's what we think
and
too.
Yeah. So
I agree.
Stay put. Plus, paddleboarding and jet skiing right off the pier.
It's not a bad thing, though we do that at home too.
I know.
Better times.
I know, exactly.
Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
All right, we're going to take a break here on Qualis.
Oh,
QSC.
I'm so ready to get more coffee.
We'll be back in just a second. I cut it and they'll undo you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No.
All right. Yeah, no, I
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team is really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future.
Hey everyone, we're back here in San Diego, sunny San Diego, I might add, covering the Qualys QSC Americas conference. Really happy to be here. Our next guest, well, it's not his first time. He actually was with us in Las Vegas. I think that was at the Bellagio.
It was the Bellagio.
In 2022. I remember it was kind of not Qualys. COVID was sort of coming to.
It was, yeah. It was the Venetian, actually. I just remember.
Actually, it was
yeah,
the year.
Venetian, yeah.
The one before was Bellagio, and then it went to Venetian. Anyway, help me with your name, Jose.
Jose Nájera.
He does it really good. Say it one more time.
Jose Nájera.
Nájera. I could do the Jose part. The rolling R gives me a hard time. But it's Jose Nájera. Jose is with Syntax.
Syntax, that's correct.
And if you're not familiar with Syntax, give them the website.
It's www.syntax.com. Syntax is syntax.com.
Perfect. And just, I'm not going to make you go into a 5-minute kind of pitch, but what's the 30-second pitch on Syntax?
Right. So Syntax is a large ERP and cloud managed service provider. So we work with Azure, AWS, Oracle, Google Cloud, and we worked with SAP and Oracle to produce, valuable services and products on the cloud and ERP, basically.
Love it. Good stuff. And then, Jose, what's your role at Syntax?
So I am a SOC manager at a global level. I work on vulnerability management, threat intelligence, and detection engineering. So that's the proactive part of the SOC. And my job is to, view the risks and then fix them before, the boom, as Sumit and Juliet said before.
Right. Actually, we just had Juliet in here.
Oh,
and,
nice.
It was an yeah. And that runway is getting shorter and shorter.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, when we interviewed you back in 2022, you had adopted the Total Cloud solution.
Yeah. So we talked about VMDR, and then I do remember that year was the year that Qualys released Total Cloud.
Right.
And this is going to be part of my talk, actually, where we were discussing the fact that it was a new product, and you asked me how did I feel about that, and I told you, well, it's an interesting thing. I would like to test that.
Sounded
Syntax,
good.
Yeah,
Right.
It sounded really good. And then 2 years after, here I am, and I'm going to be talking about Total Cloud because I think it's a great product. Syntax is seeing a lot of value in it. We're able to see a lot of new things or discover new things that we've never seen before, and then our risk management is getting better because of that.
So, there's sort of classical risk management, and then there's risk management we talk about at a cyber level, right? And I'm sensing when you're talking about risk management, it's very at that SOC level where, hey, these are the vulnerabilities that we're finding. These are the, potential ways in. And we've got to prioritize which are the most potentially harmful and then fix them as quickly as we can.
Exactly.
And at a very, at a very simple level, that's risk management, right? There are others, at the CFO levels and these levels where they have a very different definition and formula for determining risk and risk management. But you know what, Jose, you represent like a lot of people who are watching this, people who roll up their sleeves and get their fingernails dirty in security. And that's what risk management is, finding where my exposures are. And I probably can't fix all of them in time, but which ones should I fix first, second, third, and get into it.
Right.
And that's exactly the kind of task that Total Cloud was meant to work with. And it sounds like thumbs up from you on it.
Absolutely. I think we need to be prepared always. We need to assume that risk is there and then be able to prioritize it, because you said it right. I mean, there's a lot of risks, there's a lot of vulnerabilities, millions and millions, and then you need to choose which ones are the most important ones. You need to figure out who owns what, and then Syntax, for example, we help 1,000 customers, so we need to figure out, what is important for each one of those customers. They are on their multi-cloud, they're hybrid environments, public, private. So we need to figure out all of those things so we can tell them what to do, and we can do what is best for them as well.
Sure. And as a managed services provider, you bear a greater risk, right? Because you have 1,000 organizations depending on you.
Yeah.
Right, because they're hiring, not you, well, they are hiring you, but they're hiring Syntax to say, hey, managing that risk, keeping us safe is part of the reason that we're using you versus doing it ourselves, because we think you could do a better job at it.
Yeah.
By the same token, you turn around and say, hey, Qualys is a tool that's going to help us achieve that. We've looked at other tools, and this is what we think is the best for our purposes.
Right. Yeah, it made sense. I mean, we were using VMDR, we were using PCI compliance before, and SCA, security configuration assessments. So it all made sense when we figure out that we could actually do the cloud security posture management through Total Cloud, using the same processes, the same look and feel, even the same team, which is pretty cool. I mean, we didn't need to hire a bunch of new people.
Right, and that made it kind of an easy on-ramp.
It was very, very easy, yeah.
Now, of course, though, since 2022, the world's changed a little bit. This AI thing, everybody's crazy with AI. As you mentioned in the opening keynote, Sumedh and Julia talked about, the boom. But they also talked about how that runway to the boom is much shorter, how things are just moving faster. And AI is both helping, can be both friend and foe there. How are you seeing this affect you in your role and what you're doing at Syntax?
Yeah, I mean, you need to adapt. You need to be able to use it on your, just for your own goods, right? I mean, us, for example, in the SOC, we developed several tools that have AI to figure out or enhancements. We figure out new stuff, new threat intelligence. We can actually attack those attackers, or not attack, but defend our attackers. So our SOC level 1 is based on AI. So we can actually send alerts to customers using AI, which is private property basically, and we are intellectual property from Syntax, and we send those alerts to customers using AI, so then they can figure out what's happening. They have this very human readable, non-technical engineering
Plain
thing.
language.
Yeah, so it's very useful, and customers feel like they're getting more and more every time. So that's a very good use of AI for sure.
Sure. And what about in terms of AI and other new technologies making their way into Total Cloud and some of the other Qualys solutions that you guys use? Has that helped? Or certainly Qualys hasn't stood still since 2022 either. They've constantly improved the products.
Yeah, they are constantly doing that, and I think, I'm pretty sure they're going to show a lot of new things right now. Qualys Security Conference, and I think they're going to surprise us a lot with AI stuff, with new capabilities, and I'm very, very happy that I'm here because I can, hear it from firsthand, figure out how can we use it now on Syntax with our customers and everything. So that's very, very exciting.
But you're also here as a speaker, which is a pretty cool thing. Is this your first time presenting?
This is going to be my second time. So I was speaker at Las Vegas.
In 2022.
Yeah, in
yes,
2022, and then this is my second time here, now in San Diego.
Very cool, very cool. One last thing.
Sure.
So one of the big announcements has been this, it's called True Risk Management, Enterprise True Risk Management, and they're introducing this concept of a ROC. So you work at the SOC. Right, ROC, Risk Operations Center, that kind of pulls in risk information across all of the different tools, and not just Qualys tools, but third-party tools and information sources. You probably have it. You're probably just finding out about it here. But is that something you could see maybe becoming part of your SOC operations team?
Yeah, absolutely. I think
Or is that a separate silo in the company?
I think it should be part of it. I mean, it makes sense. We are having information here and there, so putting all together, making sure that everything matches, everything correlates, as Sumit mentioned before, will help us calculate risk and then communicate that risk to the board, which is the most important thing, right?
Absolutely. Jose, thank you so much for coming here, man.
Alan.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you
Hopefully
as
it
well.
won't be 2 or 3 years until I see you again.
I hope so.
But stay in touch, and best of luck with what you're doing. You're on the front lines, man. Doing
you very much,
good
Alan.
work. All right, we're live here in San Diego. We'll be back with another guest in just a short moment. We've got some other information and content for you to watch right now. This is Alan Schimmel at San Diego for Qualys QSC.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
Real question.
Hey everyone, Alan Schimmel back here at Qualys' QSC in San Diego. I guess there must be a break going on because there's a lot of people out here behind us in the partner pavilion. Thank goodness, I think our mics are pretty good so they can hear us over. Let me introduce you to our next guest. His name is Dominique Dixon.
Yep.
And Dominique is with Humana.
That's correct.
That's as far as I can go. Dominique, tell us more. What do you do at Humana?
Yeah, so, well, ultimately, so in my particular role, I do a lot of stuff in the cloud, and I handle like a lot of the vulnerabilities and misconfigurations, and so I lead a team specifically in the cloud security space, so CSPM and container vulnerabilities, and then also policy compliance, so like standardizing baselines and configuration drifts. So that's what I basically do at the company, and so we want to make sure that we identify what's a risky asset. You know, there's a lot of stuff out there, and we have a lot of the application teams and dev teams, and we throw so many things at them, but we want to spend the time on what is important, you know, what's at the highest risk, and how can we put everything together like that.
So you're dealing, when you say cloud, is it public cloud, private cloud, both?
Yeah, so we actually work in all three major public cloud providers, so like AWS and GCP, and then also Azure.
Sure.
And so we're using that just from like a cloud infrastructure, a cloud platform, but then also Kubernetes stuff, which is across all three platforms too.
So, well, when you mentioned containers, I assumed there was Kubernetes in there.
Yes.
Are you, and again, I don't want to discuss anything that's going to get you guys in trouble or give some attackers information. Mm-hmm. But when you say Kubernetes, just walk right through. It's okay, we're live. Hey, it's live. Yeah. It's live video. Stuff happens. Anyway, when you talk about this, I'm assuming you're using like serverless kind of platforms. I mean, all of the kind of latest and greatest.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You know that cloud native has to offer, and that's a job securing all of it, right?
Yes.
With a lot of different tools. I'm assuming you guys use Qualys for some part of your security.
For some part, yes, that's correct.
And you're actually speaking here.
Yes. Yeah, so whenever I'm speaking here, so I'm speaking here tomorrow, it's going to be tomorrow afternoon. So I'm strictly going to be focusing on using Qualys for policy compliance. So we use that. We have a standardized process where we're working with all these different teams because it's a big thing. It's you can't put all this on all the different application teams all at the same time. There's a lot of work involved. You have to create a baseline that's not only specific to your company, but to ensure that you stay compliant with all the different type of regulations.
Sure.
So for us, it's been helpful to be able to utilize Qualys, and I'll be speaking about this tomorrow. Just the fact that what they have out of box. I mean, from STIG, CIS benchmarks across all the different types of technologies, and then they basically give us the tools to be able to customize for our needs. There's going to be certain things that's outside of CIS benchmarks that we have to focus on. And so we have to build our own custom controls, which is great. So we have all that information in there, and it's been helping us out a lot, and then also these other teams too.
Got it. Look, you're in what we call a heavily regulated industry, right?
Yes.
Healthcare, finance, these kinds of things. So compliance is probably more important for you than someone in a different vertical. I've been in security a long time myself, Dominique. One of the sort of constant rubs is, should I do compliance or for compliance sake, or should I really put all my eggs in doing security well, and a byproduct of doing security well is I'm now compliant? Because we would like to think anyway that most of our compliance regulations are based on common sense security, procedures, best practices. So do you battle that, or you just say, hey, look, we got to worry about the compliance and let's get this compliance done?
Well, I think it's kind of a mixture of two things. Yes, I know from a compliance standpoint, a lot of people just see it as like a checkbox. Oh, I'm doing it, I'm good to go. All the auditors, they come through, okay, you have your documentation, that's fine. But are you protecting your company? Are you doing things how you're supposed to be doing it? Is everything going well? Are you actually mitigating the risk that is being found? And so, I think that as you're doing that, and as you're building out all your different processes and all the documentation, it brings it together. So you're checking the box. Yes, I am compliant, but you're also starting to mitigate all the other risks that you have at your company.
You're moving into security, because to me it's sort of, I'm moving beyond what I call least common denominator security, which is compliance, into actually doing security.
Yes.
Right? And I think that's an important piece of the security professionals and security teams working. You mentioned a few times about how your team works with developers and ops and different other folks within the IT world.
Yes.
We're DevOps.com too. That's one of the sites, and so DevSecOps is obviously a very big thing to us. One of the, on my own personal journey, is we can't expect developers to be security pros.
Yep.
We could ask their help, right, and tell them to be security mindful, but they're not security people.
They're not, yes.
And so how do you, now, and you mentioned you got a lot of stuff going on in Humana, all over the place. How do you navigate the boundaries, where these things intersect? Developer, operations, SREs, platform engineering, all of the accoutrements of the modern IT infrastructure.
Well, I mean, one of the big things is just starting off, you need to communicate well. Having really good communication across all the different teams, and essentially we have to all work together. A lot of these teams, they're doing their job, they're trying to build applications and push this out. You have a platform team, they're doing their job as well. But what we are doing as well is changing the view, and then we're tying everyone all together. We're bringing these teams. Hey, yes, I work with you on the application side, but I work with the platform team. Let's come together and let's figure this out. So if you go into the actual technicalities of everything, let's shift left. Let's build this inside their pipelines, and they don't have to do anything. They're starting to build their application. A scan can occur. Here's your findings. Instead of being reactive, and like a lot of the vulnerability space in the past has been, there's all these things out there. Let's hurry up and fix. Let's be proactive and identify these things early on inside their pipelines. And so then we start to mitigate that at the first stage or at the beginning, all the way into the end as well.
So we're seeing this in the DevOps, DevSecOps space, where sort of AI co-pilots, if you will. I mean, they're making their way into the IDE. So as these people are actually coding, if there's a known vulnerability, they brought down, they're using an old version of a open source component or something like that. It's getting a spotlight and hopefully remediated right there before, it makes its way down the pipeline. Humana doing stuff like that or looking at it?
Yeah, there's some things that we're actually looking at. I really can't say a whole lot about it, but nowadays, especially with all these different types of security tools, so we have our AI stuff that we're actually building out, but then that's also on top of, like, Qualys is starting to use AI. These other security projects,
including the
all
bad
starting
guys
to use it. So yes, at the same time, we want to make sure that everything is being developed in a secure fashion, and then we are able to protect those assets at the beginning. But yeah, there's a lot of things that's all going on in that space. But yeah, like what you said, catching it at the very beginning on the left side. I mean, that will help.
Makes it a lot easier if
risk.
you can.
Yes.
If you can, and that's the key to it. Anyway, hey man, I want to thank you.
I appreciate it.
Good luck tomorrow
Thanks.
with your presentation. I'm sure it'll be great. And good luck in doing what you do at Humana, right? It's not a friendly world out there sometimes, right?
It's pretty wild.
All right, Dominique Dixon from Humana here live at Qualys QSC. He's presenting tomorrow. Check it out. We're live all day here. We've got some more content going to play until our next guest. This is Alan Schimmel for Techstrong. We're out. Good.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day to day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future.
Hey everyone, we're back here live at Qualys' QSC in Salt Lake City. I'm really happy to have back with me Imran Livneh.
Yeah.
I got it right. Imran was actually the last time I interviewed you. You had just recently joined Qualys, wasn't it?
You interviewed first when I just joined college. So it was a few years ago, yeah.
And back then you were endpoint remediation.
Still am, but now more.
Now more.
Doing more. Yeah.
That and more.
Yeah, that and more, exactly.
So, Imran, I'm being flippant, but tell people more about a little your background.
Yeah, so I'm started as a, like many other people, like developer, working a lot of development, but then I moved to some product management world, working with a lot of security, network security, endpoint security, and recently working for Qualys, helping our customers fix all the vulnerabilities that basically Qualys find, and we find a lot. So,
absolutely. I think it's pretty well known. I think the last time I interviewed you, Qualys was just rolling out their patch management remediation solution. So that was probably, 3 years ago?
About 4 years, 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, and that's come along nicely, right?
Yeah.
Today, it's funny, I think we spoke about it back then. When I had started a company also in the vulnerability management space, we interviewed a lot of customers. And a lot of customers were not into having patches automated. Mm-hmm. They wanted to test everything. As a matter of fact, the time from when a patch would come out to the time that a patch was applied was usually 90 days or more, which is, you think about it,
mind-blowing.
Yeah, part of the problem. It's gotten much better. A lot of people are okay applying patches and updates without testing them until you get CrowdStrike, of course, right? But it's better. But as we were talking a little about remediation, applying a patch, that's the way I want to say it. Applying a patch is not the only form of remediation. There's more to remediation than a patch. Applying a patch, look, that's relatively simple and we can automate it. You got this version of the software, we update you to that version of the software. We see this vulnerability and here's the fix for it. But that, as they say in Las Vegas, that's a fine beginning.
Yeah.
But it's not the end. Talk to us about that.
So first of all, what you said about automation, and you're 100% right. When I joined Qualys, everybody was doing SCCM or doing a big process of deploying those patches, and we saw a huge change from customer that are thinking from patch management as IT to moving a lot to security and thinking about it as a complementary to IT. So they don't replace what IT is doing. Still IT is doing the stuff, but now security has something to say and security can help. Okay? And then automation come into place. And many customers figure out, just because looking at the data, that so many vulnerabilities are very easy to fix. The Chrome, the Firefox, those guys are very easy to fix. And many CISO and CIOs agreed with literally their guys that says, if we just go ahead and automate, the risk of Chrome breaking something is so low, it's much lower than the end user clicking on a link and
getting phished or something.
Right. Exactly. So we saw a lot and more automation coming in the last a few years, and we have customers that reduced hundreds of thousands of vulnerabilities just by enabling automation in a month.
Absolutely.
So that was an amazing journey, and as you said, what we saw is that many customers are now getting better and better with addressing those vulnerability with patches, but vulnerability is a risk. It's not a patch. A patch is just a software update that may or may not solve a vulnerability. It may be just solving bugs or solving or adding more features. There are many vulnerabilities that don't have a patch. So Wintrust, I think that's what's called, but there's no patch for it.
Right.
You have to make some configuration change. End of life software. There are a lot of CVEs in end of life software. You can patch it. There's no patch for that. So you have to uninstall it or take a different action. And many other examples, SMBs and old SMBs. So, and what happened in many organizations is they're stuck because security teams send them a list of, laundry list of tons of things that they need to do, and they don't know where to start. And they spend a lot of time researching, what do I need to do in that case? how can I respond? And it's basically, instead of those guys actually deploying those fixes, what they're doing the research. So the end result, they can respond slower, and they're fixing less vulnerabilities than they should because they spend the time research.
Speed kills is what it comes down to, or a lack of speed kills.
Exactly.
You know, this was something, again, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I remember working with Philippe, the CEO, the old CEO here, rest his soul, about this. And the problem is, and they used to have, look, obviously putting a patch is easy, but then you'll run into situations where putting in a patch does break something else down the road a bit. And so there's other ways of remediating. I could put something behind a firewall or IP to block traffic going to it. I could change a configuration. I could, NAT something at a firewall or what have you. I could fundamentally change. I could upgrade to a different, if it's a obsolete or no longer supported system, to something that is supported. These are things that are harder to automate, number one. And number two, do take time. It's just, it's not as easy as like my phone updates every day or whatever. How does Qualys help with that though?
So, to complement what we just described, right? So yes, fixes, a change can break something. That's by everybody
Every
agrees.
once in a
Everybody
while
knows.
it happens.
It happens. Again, if you can classify what is my operational risk on those kind of vulnerability and on those kind of vulnerability, it will allow you to be faster, right? Because there are vulnerabilities that are very low risk, so you can just go ahead and automate. But for the rest, for the Javas, for the Tomcats, for the vulnerabilities that are much harder to fix, what we're doing now is basically what you described. But what happened in the industry, when you have those vulnerabilities, you send them to your remediation teams, and those guys will say, no, we can't do it. There's big risk. You can't take this action. So security team will come back and say, you have to address it, do something. And then there is a research, either the security or IT team doing the research. Is it a firewall block? If we block port 80, is that enough? Or do we need to block port 443? How do we know it's enough? And even then, if we did everything, how do we know on our Qualys environment that actually the change was actually applied and the risk is reduced? So again, our goal here at Qualys is to help you address the risk. We're not the patch management solution. We are here to address risk. So what we're doing, we're having the same team that is finding all those vulnerabilities are now exploiting and finding those CISA vulnerabilities, those marquee vulnerabilities. They are actually exploiting those vulnerabilities. They are figuring out how you can mitigate the vulnerability without deploying the patch, what you can do to reduce the risk, and we basically offer it to our customers. So you'll see the vulnerability and then you'll see the offer, what you can do to reduce the risk without actually deploying the patch. And those things are amazing. I'll give you one example. Very recently there was an Outlook vulnerability, right? The Outlook vulnerability was using a very specific feature in Outlook. Most customers don't even use it. Now, the solution is to patch Outlook, but assuming you're not using 365, it takes time, right? So,
does anyone not use 365?
Apparently there are vulnerability in Outlook, and apparently we discovered them in customer environments. So yes, not everybody is using 365. But what we did is we basically said, our research team figured out they can easily disable this feature just by sending some command to the host, and then you're not vulnerable.
Disabled.
And the beauty here, everything then is reflected back in our console. So you can see the vulnerability is not fixed because you haven't fixed it, but you can see that it's mitigated.
It's been mitigated.
So you can report up and say, don't worry, here is a proof this vulnerability is being mitigated. We address this vulnerability, the risk has been reduced.
And you know what? The nuance of that should not be lost, especially our audience is a cyber audience, right? Yes, there was a vulnerability. No, the patch was not applied. Yes, the risk has been mitigated.
Exactly.
Or negated, period, right? By shutting that particular feature set down or whatever. And this is bread and butter security. This is what security teams do. Unfortunately, in today's world, I think, Sumed was talking about it at the opening keynote. The runway from stuff happening to boom is a very short runway. And so organizations don't have the time to investigate these things, don't have the time to run their tests. And that's where a trust relationship between a vendor like a Qualys and the end user, your customer, if they say, hey, Qualys got this, you know what, they're going to send the command, we could use it to send the command, shut down the Outlook feature set, and we're good until we can update. But it takes that level of trust. And that, you'd like to say you have that trust with all of your customers, but that takes time usually too.
I agree, but I agree, and that's a new capability that we're introducing. So it's a new capability, but it is based on everything Qualys has been doing for the last 25 years. So it's leveraging the same technology, leveraging the same people that built all the detection logic and understanding of vulnerability. So yes, a trust needs to be built, but we hope that we have that, because customers have been using us and they know that we've been doing it for so long, I hope they can also trust us here. And I want to mention one more thing, addressing what you just said. When you talk about 0 days, many 0 days are just getting there in a marquee 0 days. They're getting out without any patch. There's just no patch. The vendor says, we'll give you a patch in 2, 3, 4 weeks, whatever. In the meantime, you can do something to mitigate the risk. That's a huge thing that's the boom thing.
Right.
Qualys will give it to you as soon after the 0 days out. We'll give it to you, tell you, here's your insurance. You can use us as an insurance to make sure we can mitigate this vulnerability until your IT team can actually take the action and fix it. So that's, again, this is something, our big roadmap of vision to help our customer address the vulnerability. The way I like to say it is, you don't want to show a red dashboard to your management. You want to show a green dashboard, and we want to help you get there.
Absolutely. Hey man, a pleasure as always.
Thank you very much.
We're live here at Qualys QSC today. We're going to have some content until our next guest will be here, probably in just about 10 minutes. Stay tuned. We're at Qualys QSC in sunny San Diego.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future.
Hey everyone, we're back here live in San Diego for the Qualys Security Conference, QSC, in case you didn't know what QSC stood for. I want to introduce you to Mayuresh Akhtari. I'm going to have Mayuresh introduce himself in just a moment, but I want to just note for you, for all of you out there, we're going to talk today about the brand new product that Qualys introduced today at the Qualys Security Conference, and it's called Enterprise True Risk Management, and it's the concept of a ROC, right? A Risk Operations Center. However, Mayuresh was nice enough to volunteer to come back tomorrow, and he's going to be a guest, along with another Qualys executive, on our Techstrong gang, which plays every day. So if you tune in to Techstrong gang tomorrow morning, you'll see Mayuresh again, and we're going to talk more about the concept of a ROC. But for now, Mayurash, thank you for both today and tomorrow.
Oh, thank you so much.
But let's start with a little bit about you, your background, your position with Qualys.
Certainly. I am the VP of Product Management here at Qualys. I lead the Enterprise True Risk Management offering that we just launched and announced. It is generally available now for everyone to use. Truly excited. I've been in the cybersecurity industry for the past 20 plus years now, and there hasn't been a time that is so fundamentally revolutionizing the security posture management area that the enterprise true risk management is really reshaping right now in the industry. You talked briefly about a risk operations center. Now, risk operations center is a philosophy, right? That really needs to be adopted holistically inside an organization. And enterprise true risk management platform from Qualys is the means, a tool to enable the concept of a risk operations center. And we'll dive deeper into it.
Yeah. So I wanted to talk a little bit about, I've like you, been in security a long time. And there's always been friction between risk, security, and then IT.
Yep.
Because for a long time, security wasn't part of IT. It was part of risk. Risk came more out of like the CFO, out of the business side of the house. IT didn't like risk or security, let's face it, right? They were just slowing them down. Now, we've seen security become more aligned with IT and more integrated into IT. And they're sort of dragging risk along, right? So already, when we talk about things like a ROC, we already have a SOC NOC, right?
Certainly.
Where SOC has been integrated in a NOC in a lot of places.
Right.
Do we need a ROC? Should it be integrated into SOC NOC? And is it the same people operating the ROC that operate the SOC that work in the NOC? It sounds like a Dr. Seuss book. But
That's how cybersecurity industry is. We have so many acronyms out there, right? But a great point. Teeing it off of the keynote that we just saw earlier at QSC here, from a disaster recovery perspective, there is a boom. What happens before the boom and after the boom? NOC and SOC are really focused what happens after the boom, right? How do you really figure out what your response is for an attack that has already happened,
yes.
right? Obviously, there are multiple different signals that you need to aggregate, correlate to identify that needle in a haystack that will point you to this was the root cause of my attack so that you can create a coordinated incident response needed in the organization. What is missing right now is a similar coordinated response to prevent the attack from happening in the first place. And that is the position ROC really takes. Today in the industry, the response is extremely fragmented. When it comes to the alphabet soup that we were talking about, right? There are a bunch of security posture management tools out there. Each one of them generates the top 10 things that the team should be working on. And if the team starts focusing on them, they're going to be chasing hundreds and hundreds of things, right? What is really needed in the organization is put all those signals into a centralized platform. Apply threat intelligence so that you can bubble up the risk that matters to your organization the most. Overlay business context, because a vulnerability can be interpreted differently based on where it appears to be. A vulnerability in your production environment is a lot different than a vulnerability in a developer's workstation.
Yes, certainly.
So that business context really determines what you really have as an action plan to remediate that risk. The concept of a risk operations center is really enabling organization to bring in diverse risk telemetry into a single fold so that you are now in a position to really create a coordinated response for risk mitigation as opposed to incident response. So another thing that I would definitely mention is a ROC is not a replacement for a SOC or a NOC. It is complementary. You absolutely need the SOC and the NOC, but you also need a ROC because unless you identify the things that you are going to do to eliminate the risk, these are the things that are going to inform how do you consume your security posture data while you are responding to threats in real time, right? The aggregated data set that you have around security posture management is going to assist your SOC teams and the NOC teams to do a better job of identifying that needle in a haystack.
So One of the things that I've liked about the Qualys product line for many years, even when Qualys Guard first came out a long time ago, was the idea of customizable views for different people in the organization. The risk manager has a different set of priorities and a different dashboard, so to speak, than the security person who's helping manage risk, who's helping identify risk. That jobber, if you will, that security guy who's there to knock down the risk or at least to see where this risk is coming from, what we can do to mitigate, he has a different view than maybe someone from the IT team or from someone from the NOC.
Right.
But all of these people need insight and view, line of sight into what is in that ROC.
Right.
Now I realize this is a brand new product, it's just released, but do you have that depth already of different views for different personas?
Absolutely. And you pointed out the really important thing. The purpose behind creating a single source of truth around the risk data is to consume that data for multiple different outcomes. One of the outcomes is reduction of that risk, which is the CSO's function. The second output of that data set could potentially be figuring out your cyber risk quantification so that you can identify if there is a residual risk that cannot be remediated. How do I transfer that risk to a cyber insurance vendor? Right? This is a function oftentimes owned by the CFO.
Yeah.
Finally, the compliance part of it. There could be a chief compliance officer that oftentimes owns regulatory compliance. But the point to be noted is the underlying data set you are looking at for generating these three outcomes is exactly the same. It's exactly the same. You're pulling in information from risk telemetry from multiple different tools to create that unified single source of truth, and then analyze that uniquely based on the use case that you have in mind and personas who are actually looking at that data. Qualys's enterprise true risk management solution does provide that. During the demo, I don't know if you might have seen, we provide ability for quantifying business entities so that organizations can really understand, should something bad happen to this business unit, what is the actual dollar value impact on my organization?
Love it. The next thing I wanted to discuss was, look, we live in an AI. You talked about the boom. The problem with the boom, well, there's many problems with the boom, but one of the issues is the runway is ever shorter until that boom. So we don't have a lot of time.
Yeah.
Now, the nice thing about a risk operations center is we're not reacting to an incident. We're preparing for an incident, and so that helps lengthen the runway before that boom, if you will. Have you done any sort of measurements around, how can we lengthen this runway? I don't know another way to say it.
You're absolutely right. So here is a data point. Time to exploit a vulnerability has reduced by 70%. 70%. That's
huge.
Staggering, right? That's staggering. There was another data point that I was looking at. In the cloud, time to exploit is less than 6 hours. What it means is you don't have much time now to remediate a finding.
Before the boom.
Before the boom happens. So the best thing you can do is really create a comprehensive view of your risk data ahead of time. Understand the relationships of different assets and objects and identities in your organization, so that when a zero-day vulnerability or a finding comes about, you already have this single source of truth that you can ask of to understand what your exposure looks like, and have that remediation plan ahead of time, as opposed to figuring out how do I pull in information from 10 different tools when I am possibly going to be under attack in the next 6 hours.
Right.
Right.
And that is the necessity of a ROC. Now, I wasn't sitting here. I had a chance to walk around, and we're in what they call the partner area now. But if you go in the next room, you guys have 2 rock stations set up.
Yeah.
I spent a little time looking at them. Had nothing better to do. To how many head count wise, what do you need to run a rock?
Great point. So oftentimes CISO might think of rock as another alphabet soup and think of, hey, do I need more investments here? It's not, organizations are doing this already today with the resources that they've got. Oftentimes, they are investing heavily in building out a similar single source of truth in a data lake of their own, deploying dozens of engineers to pull in data, massage it, normalize it, correlate it, analyze it. So these activities that we are talking about, they're already happening. So the investment is already going. What we are, suggesting is, time has come for the industry to actually respond to this in a more organized way, right? Rather than every organization building up a risk operation center from the grounds up through, plumbing data sources into a data lake. That's a very, effort-intensive task.
Yes, it is.
What Qualys is bringing to the table now is a platform that natively provides these connections, that natively understands the data that is going to be flowing through these connections, maps it to the data models that you have, you're going to be analyzing. And that really requires more of a strategic thinking, not investment. The investments are already happening.
We made that. And that's, I'll make one other point because I know you got to run, but the nice thing about the Rock is already, it's not just Qualys information sources. You're already able to pull in and analyze third-party information sources. Can you give us some examples?
Yeah, so today we are bringing in information from multiple different tools. Examples of those could be, from cloud security perspective, we have connectors with Wiz. From cloud service providers, we have integrations with AWS. We have connections with Microsoft Defender, Azure. So there are dozens and dozens of these integrations that are going to be pulling in the data into Qualys' platform. Now, this list is not just limited to the integrations that Qualys has. We also have ability to push in custom data into Qualys, because we talked about business context and how critical that is. Business context does not reside in any security tool, right? It typically resides either in your CMDB or in custom CSV files somewhere.
Sure.
We are exposing an ability to ingest any generic data that you have. As long as the data exists in our organization, Qualys promises that we will provide a mechanism, a pipe to ingest that into ETL.
I love it. Last thing, for people who want to find out more information about Rock, go to Qualys.com. Is there a /Rock or something like that? Or
I don't know the exact URL, but you should definitely be able to find that on Qualys.com. I highly encourage everyone to go to Enterprise True Risk Management plate, the page on Qualys.com. Sign up for your interest in a trial. Our team will be in touch with you and help you really understand the philosophy that we are promoting here at Qualys, and help you establish your rock in an organization. So thank you so much, Alan.
Thank you, and thank you. We're going to continue our conversation tomorrow.
Absolutely. Talk to you tomorrow.
Check out the Rock here or get a piece of the Rock here at QSC. We're going to take a break. We've got some content to show you. We'll be back with our next guest in maybe just a few minutes here. You're watching Techstrong TV.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
Real question.
Hey everyone, it's Alan Schimmel and we're back here at the Qualys Security Conference. We just grabbed this gentleman off the main stage. We pulled him in here. He was part of a panel. His name is, and I'm going to try my best to get this right, Himesh Chawla. He's CEO of a company called Mulberry. If you're not familiar with Mulberry, they are a leading cybersecurity insurance provider. Is that the right term?
I think that's very right.
Yep.
Very right.
So before we go any further, Himesh, for people who maybe are not familiar with Mulberry,
Sure.
What's the website?
It's www.mulberry.io.
And how do you spell Mulberry?
Mulberri. It's
That's
like one
an
of those
I,
fruits.
not a Y, right, exactly.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
I wanted to make sure we got that. All right, now that we've got that out of the way, let's jump in here.
Yep.
So I've always had a belief that the cybersecurity industry, maybe 5 years ago,
Yep.
became the big stick in
Yep.
enforcing cyber hygiene,
Sure.
right? I frankly, I've been in security 30 plus years.
Yep.
Who's been able to enforce cybersecurity hygiene and
Yep.
process best practices? Well, the government tried, not so great. In
Yeah.
some cases, they're okay, I guess, but
Sure.
for the most part,
Yeah.
I call it least common denominator security, right?
Yeah.
Because they tend to go low. Then you had sort of the private, like PCI,
Sure.
right? Payment card industry, PCI stuff. You had NERC, which was quasi-governmental. You
Yeah.
had these sort of agencies,
Yeah.
a lot of them private,
Yeah.
that said, hey, this is what I need from you.
Yeah.
But now we've got a genuine insurance industry, this is a classic,
Yeah.
right, kind of industry
Yeah.
who says, look, if you want to get cyber insurance, and
Yes.
you really need cyber insurance today to operate, this is what we need from you.
Yes.
And they were able to enforce this. Over the last 5 years,
Yes.
you've become the enforcer.
Yes.
But as we were talking off camera, all good things come to an end, right?
Yes.
And we're coming now to maybe the next stage.
Sure.
Give me your thoughts on this.
I think you summarized it very well. I mean, let me just back up a little bit.
Sure.
The fundamental element of any insurance, and now you take it cyber insurance, is determination of risk, right? Risk determines how much premium you write, whether you decline or accept, or and an accurate detection of risk also helps in, what's going to be my loss ratio, just like you said. It could be a big claim or that hands in the falls on the carriers. So typically, this process, what we call underwriting or determination of risk, is done by asking a bunch of questions. That's been a traditional method in any insurance. Plus, in case of cyber, what started to happen was, well, let's go and do these external scans. Let's collect some data points from these public sources. But however, cyber is an evolving threat. The metrics, I would say the instruments keep changing every day. So unless you're continuously monitoring or getting the data, it's difficult to make any decision of a snapshot in time, which is where we feel the more the sources of data, such as the True Risk Score by Qualys, and combined with inside-outside conditions in a continuous manner, is where the insurance and protection needs to come together.
Right.
And which is to your point, if it doesn't, then I think your loss ratios are going to go up. You're not being able to accurately detect risk, and that's where we feel the industry will shape towards.
Let me make an analogy to kind of mainstream insurance. We live in Florida. I'm from Florida. Hurricane wind insurance is impossible to get right now. But for a long time, when you would apply for a wind insurance policy, just like you said, they'd send you that questionnaire.
Yep.
How old is your roof?
Yeah.
Is it free of leaks?
Yeah.
Do you have storm-proof windows, doors?
Yep.
Do you, do you have a wooden frame, cement frame? Are you building code compliant? And you would just answer yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. The idea being that if you lied or you didn't answer truthfully or right,
sure,
when it came time to make a claim and they found out you were wrong, they could deny your claim. But then litigation ensues, and litigation is no one's friend.
Yes.
Right? Now, it's a very different thing when you go get insurance in Florida. How old is your roof? What kind of shape is it in? Well, they send a drone that flies over your house and takes pictures of your roof, and it's attached to your file.
Yes.
Trust but verify, if you will.
It's very...
You understand just where we're going, and it's the same thing we're doing now with cyber.
Yeah, I mean, look, you said it very, very succinctly. I mean, it's like the zero trust framework, right?
Yeah.
In cyber, the only difference that I will put together is the roof. Let's say the drone takes a picture and it is cement today. But in case of cyber, it may become asphalt the next day.
Yeah.
And that's the problem we have.
Yeah.
Right? And so, like I've seen many examples wherein their premium is written to a firm, they answer those 10 questions, and as you said, somebody could lie, somebody could, say the truth, and we get some point of scan data, right? And we write premium.
Right.
2 months down the line, that point of scan data is invalid, or even the next day.
It's a point in time. But security's. I always used to say with the PCI industry, right?
Yeah.
Do you know a PCI compliant company was never breached? Because the moment they were breached, they were no longer PCI compliant.
That's true.
It's the same thing, it's the same thing here.
Yes.
Yes, you didn't have any known vulnerabilities yesterday.
Yes.
But today a known vulnerability came out.
And that's where then the carriers get there. And I think you brought up another good point when we were chatting. One thing is to say, do you follow best practices? And your answer could be, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
But the other thing is to say, are you following them every quarter? Do you have training programs in place every quarter? Because guess what? A new employee comes in, yeah, you followed best practices last quarter. You get an email, which is a phishing email, clicks there, gets to a ransomware, cyber insurance is called.
Right.
But
And
we
there
wrote
we
the
go.
premium. There you go. We wrote the
Yeah.
premium based on that.
Well, and I think that's another problem here is I think a lot of organizations say, hey, I pay my premium, that's why I've got insurance. Instead of saying, that's so short-sighted because your premium's going to be twice that next year if
100%.
you can get it.
100%.
If you don't take steps to keep best practices up to date, to get new employee training in. And again, to me, this is something where the cyber insurance industry has to be the big stick.
I love it. I love how you're saying. In fact, I'm going to borrow that in my future, conversations.
problems.
The big stick. And I think you're right. Because that's where, otherwise what happens is, yes, I have got cyber insurance, I'm protected. But guess what? It's going to double next year, much like any other insurance. Second, what you're not realizing is there is reputational damage. There is other sorts of damage that
Absolutely.
you're having.
That are not covered.
That you're not covered.
Right.
Right?
Uh-huh.
And so, just like you said, just feeling that cyber insurance is there, but using that as a stick, right? And
Well, you can use the carrot too. If you do it, your premiums are less.
oh, love it.
Right?
Absolutely. That's what
and
we are
that's
trying
classic, stick and
Yeah.
carrot.
I mean, with Qualys now, we are saying that we can, if you're a Qualys customer, we can offer you a discount. Just because we know that it's a carrot and we'll help people with good practices.
Absolutely.
Right? So we're trying to give small, medium businesses an incentive.
I love this. This is a good path to go down. We'll talk more about it. I want to ask a little question about using the Qualys True Risk. Do you, because again, we don't want a moment in time. I want an ongoing, is it built in or can you have it built in that if you're let's say a Mulberry customer and a Qualys customer, you get daily, weekly, quarterly updates on True Risk?
Yes. I think at least the vision they have, and from what I understand, is they are having a vision of being able to continuously monitor providers' dates. So we will build adapters to sort of ingest that score.
Right. No, I'm thinking, right, one of the nice, I followed Qualys for many, I've been in security 30 years, I knew Philippe very well. One of the nice things Qualys always did was have different views for different personas.
Right.
I'm thinking if they don't have a cyber risk dashboard for a cyber insurer.
Right. I think this is what now they are trying to do, and which I feel is absolutely the right vision. They're also putting together a vision of risk, determination of risk.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you look at, if I sit with my board, or if any board sits together, they talk about security, we talk about security, but at the end of the day, we talk about risk. And risk can have 6 different things. There could be 3 cyber risks, there could be 3 other risks. So they're going after the risk persona, and then when you go after the risk persona, that has a direct intersection with any underwriting that you do in insurance industry.
Absolutely, because that becomes a business.
That becomes a business
decision. Not the security guy.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
And
the moment you talk about risk, it's not a CISO decision, It's more like a
The CFO.
or a,
Agreed.
we are having
And
words and
that's-
they're each other's.
That's always been a source of friction.
Right.
Because you got the CISO who's with the CIO, with IT, and then you
Spot
got the
on.
risk people here from the
Spot on.
CFO, and there is that. And so this new CRO thing that came out, the security, the Risk Operations Center, excuse me, ROC, is I think a way that we could bridge that too. Again, by having different ones for everything.
Yes. No, I couldn't agree more.
This has been great. Himesh, one more time. Mulberry, MULBERI, BERRI.com.
.io.
.io. All right, there we got it. We'll put it down on. Well, it's going to be on the bottom with your name and title, so we'll put it in there for you. All righty. Thanks.
Pleasure.
Pleasure
Really
meeting
pleasure.
you.
Really.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for talking here at the Qualis event as well.
And thank you for your insights. I mean, I caught that line. It's a big stick.
Insurance company,
I'll carry
the
that.
big stick.
Thanks.
All right, we're live. We're live here in San Diego. We'll be back in just a moment. Oh, there's a fly here. Okay. They got to take your...
In 1999, Qualis was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualis.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today,
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
it is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day to day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future.
actually, we're live. Okay, we're live. So we're going to go live right here. We are live in San Diego at Qualys's QSC, Qualys Security Conference, for those of you who are Alphabet challenged. And I'm here with Ken Dunham. Ken is an interesting fellow. We spent the last 20 minutes just talking. He's lived in Australia, right? Up in Cairns, near the Barrier Reef and up in the rainforest up there. And he has a pretty unique kind of role within Qualys. It's both, well, I'm going to let him. Ken, first of all, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. Yeah, it's great to be here.
I'm going to let you sort of describe what you do here at Qualys.
You bet, yeah. I'm the director of cyber threat intelligence, and in a normal CTI type role, you look at what the threats are and you try to create context to make that actionable decision. But unfortunately, actionability really never comes. It's like a nice buzzword in the world of intelligence, but it's actually difficult to achieve because you have to have tactical, strategic, and operational outcomes. And usually what you get is smart guy research that's tossed over the fence. So at Qualys, we engineered that differently, and my role involves purple teaming and demonstrating and coordinating with different business leaders and different units so that we look at the threats that are facing Qualys and our clients, and we go in and see, are we protected or not? And then where we see gaps, we identify those gaps, we prioritize those, we use our own true risk methodologies, and then we go and remediate those. And then I go back in and I retest. And we're constantly hardening and using framework-driven approaches so that we're consistently lowering that risk in the areas that are most important to us and our clients.
Got it. What's unique about this particular role at this particular company, though, is you could be a computer threat intel guy or a cyber threat intel guy at a bank, and you're going to subscribe to various CTI feeds and look at your stuff, and you're going to protect your bank. But you're only really worried about your bank.
Correct.
You are a CTI person at a security company that stores thousands of companies' security data in the cloud or, off-prem. And in some ways, that makes for a giant honeypot, almost an irresistible honeypot. Right. And so your role is not just to protect the bank, but this particular bank, Qualys, actually has thousands of customers that it's your job to protect them as well. And there's a little bit of, well, if it's good for Qualys, it's good for them.
Right.
But there's also a lot of, well, I got to make sure the bank is safe, but I got to make sure we're conveying to our customers and keeping them safe.
Yeah, we absolutely use our own products. We eat our own dog food, if you will. And so it's essential that our stuff works good for us and it works well for our clients. And you're right, you didn't use the words, but we are a supply chain, right? And a lot of people now realize that over the last few years, there have been multiple supply chain attacks.
Yes, there have.
Especially from a nation state perspective. It only takes one client downstream for a nation state to target you. So with 10,000 plus clients, we have at least one, and I'm certain many more, in fact I know, right, where nation states are wanting to go through us in order to get to them. So as a supply chain provider, it's critical for us to make sure that we're aware of that, and through the entire life cycle of threat modeling and how we provide security internal and in our product and in our operations, we've hardened against that and we've lowered our risk for ourselves and for our clients. We have that responsibility as an ecosystem.
Agreed. You mentioned supply chain security. I mean, this is exactly what happened to a friend of mine's company. They were compromised. They were in the identity space. They were compromised. There were just like 4 companies based in Asia that were the true targets of this compromise that they were trying to get to through this company.
Right.
And it was a nation state involved. I'm not here to name names, but it's the real issue out here today, and it's an issue that unfortunately is getting worse, right? It's not necessarily better. So, Jeff, what do you do? What do you do to stay on top of this? How do you constantly improve The intel.
Yeah, that's a
coming
good
in.
question. So intelligence is really it's not a stopping point or an end point. It's a continual life cycle. It's ongoing, and it's very dynamic. Just like in our IT stacks, I can set up something and think it's going to be great, but then somebody goes in and opens up Telnet, or they change a configuration temporarily and then they forgot to change it back. Everything is dynamic and it's changing. And the threatscape is changing.
Right.
Like adversaries in the last year, for example, have innovated and started to use QR codes in their phishing. We didn't see that 5 years ago. And so now we have these new tactics or TTPs that are being utilized in the threatscape. So we have to constantly be evolving and adapting to the changes in our defensive and also adversarial threatscapes in order to stay up with it. So we have to constantly stay up with it.
You know, Sumed, the CEO here, Qualys, was on this morning with I forget her name now. I interviewed her this morning from Harvard, Kennedy School at Harvard, and they were talking about the time to boom.
Right.
So in other words, the runway of how much time you have before boom,
Right.
it blows up in your face. That time to boom is getting shorter and shorter, and that's, I think, what we're talking about. And then we have things like AI now, right?
Right.
You talk about QR codes in phishing. What about phishing being written by AI?
Right.
So all of a sudden the English is a lot better on those emails. They're not so obvious to spot, right?
Yes.
But they're also they're written, you tell the AI, I want this to be convincing. I want this to be authentic sounding
Right.
or official sounding. And, so that's notched up the game here.
Absolutely.
On the other hand, you could use AI to help you
Right. It has a pro
respond
con
as well. Right. There's a double-edged sword.
Correct. Yeah. AI is complicated, so there are a lot of different layers. To answer your question explicitly on phishing, I'll give you an example. I have a respected colleague of mine who's a CISO, and he was at a CISO event with a bunch of other leaders, and within a very short period of time, literally just a few minutes, he was able to use AI to go out to a website and have it automatically collect all of the logos, the colors, themes, and everything from a target company, and have AI craft and code, the coding level, the whole thing, put together a customized phishing email that was very believable, customized, and outstanding, and then link it to a website, to mimic that of a phishing email. And it was like 100% amazingly beautiful and believable. And it was all done by AI in just a matter of minutes. It was very efficient and cost effective from an adversarial perspective. So now we have weaponization of AI being used to make the job easier and more affordable for the bad guys. And everybody was kind of like jaw drop, wow, I had no idea. And of course, we already live in a world where it's very hard to tell truth from fiction. And we have our adversaries with disinformation and misinformation campaigns, especially around the election period. And it's like, how do we, and you've probably seen the AI faked videos. Those are shockingly real. They sound like the candidates and they can be really funny, but it's disturbing too because they're using it for disruption and division of the American people right now during the U.S. presidential election. We have a blog coming out on that here in the next few days. Probably next week you'll see that on activities around that in part related to that.
I
quite a bit.
I'm glad you brought this up because I usually don't like to bring it up, politics and all that. But, we tend to think of a lot of malicious hacking activity as being like financially motivated, right?
Right.
The bad guys looking to make money. They're going to break into your credit or money-wise. Then you have nation state sort of espionage. I want to steal trade secrets. I want to get the blueprints to your stealth plane. Strategic assets and stealing them. It's nation state espionage is what it is. But what you're talking about is something altogether different. It's sowing mistrust, discord, discontent into a society to hopefully set it in upon itself to rip itself apart.
Correct.
It's pretty insidious when you think about it, but this is exactly, and it's not just one country. First of all, I want to say
There's 3 of them. Yeah.
the axis of evil, right?
Absolutely.
And I'm not saying the U.S. are angels here, and we don't do offensive cybersecurity operations and so forth. But this sort of evil access, if you will,
Yeah.
I don't know what the answer is. Is the
Well, let me help you think of it in a different way, Alan.
Go ahead.
Cyber warfare is, I think we think of it often as a cyber tool or a nation state. We need to realize it's cyber warfare. So we've had a few things change along the ways, and now we have cyber warfare tools and tactics. That is a real world way to weaponize and do military and nation state things. So that's what we have today is cyber warfare tools and capabilities, and it can have a really big impact on you because you can go out and impact social media and spread fake news and totally play off the biases or cause people to react in a certain way or cause disruption or these great big things, or right before the elections spread some news that might cause people not to go and vote or whatever. Like, we don't know what's going to happen, but that's a possibility.
surprise.
Right? And we have seen, for example, advents in the Russian-Ukraine war and how cyber has been used there in various capacities. So if you're not doing cyber warfare in 2024 as a nation, you've missed the boat. Everybody's doing it, right? So it doesn't make it a bad thing. It's just a new tool that did not exist prior to the information age that occurred around the turn of the century. So it's a new tool, and it has pros and cons. But we are in the information age, especially now with low orbiting satellites, the new advent of the race to space and all the things we have that are happening up there. And we have a tremendous amount of information that can be weaponized or used against us that people haven't even really thought about, that are in low orbiting satellites in space, on our phones, our devices, in the cloud. There's so much smart going on around us that we've become stupid with the context. We have no idea even what our phone carries or can do to us. We're just completely ignorant to this, and it's scary when you realize it. Like, if your phone was compromised, I could listen to you, I can track you, I can see all your texts. There's a lot I can do there. It gets scary real quick.
Absolutely. And I'm not here to spread FUD and scare people, but let me ask you, let me turn this around to you now. How the heck can you do your job well in the face of these threats?
That's a great question.
What's success for you?
Success is extreme prioritization and being aware of everything. So like you were just talking about cellular phones and not FUD. Did you know recently that there was an attack using cellular phones that killed people? That was used in warfare, This actually occurred. The phones
in
blow
Lebanon.
Up,
well, the beepers.
Hezbollah. Yeah. And that's not FUD. That actually happened, right?
No, so that's absolutely.
I'm aware of that from a nation-state perspective and weaponizations of phones. And is that impacting Qualys? Is it impacting our clients? These are things that we look at because this is a cyber threat that could potentially be used to attack us. So we size that up, and we look at that and we assess the risk. And that's what we do every single day. We look at the threats and we figure out, is this something that's high risk or low risk for us? We use our true risk strategies and we de-risk. That's what we do.
I mean, the beepers in Hezbollah were sort of truly classic supply chain, and that appears they were manufactured with bombs inside of them and then sent. A little different than your usual computer code kind of thing, but a supply chain in every sense of the word.
Supply chain abuse, yeah.
Yeah. I just can't, and I've been in security myself a long time, right? And look, you know what they always used to say about security? When you're doing your job, no one knows you're there.
Yeah.
Because no one hears about it. Nothing happened.
Yeah.
As far as they see. Is that still doable?
I don't think so, because I believe that if you're doing security properly, right, on the extreme secure side, like I've been in some pretty secure systems. I've touched the root servers of the internet and helped to manage and protect those. They're pretty secure, all right? 5 layers of physical security, etc. That's not easy to get into physically, let alone digitally, and facial and all these other things. It's pretty intrusive, as opposed to I look at my phone and it just automatically does a bunch of stuff and unlocks and authenticates who I am. That's a very non-intrusive security set of controls, right? So if you're doing your job well in the world of security, you should know that you have security. It shouldn't be super intrusive, but there at least should be some awareness or at least some level of effort, but not so much that it becomes so intrusive that it's not worth it for the level of effort compared to the asset. For example, if I'm logging into my banking records personally, then I should have a higher level of effort. I want to have multi-factor authentication. I want to be notified because I have more at risk there personally than if I log into my social networking site or my Yahoo fantasy football. I could care less about some of those things compared to my financials.
Absolutely.
And so you have to assess the level of intrusion and security efforts and the controls and the intrusion that goes with that. So if people thought about it from a risk asset management level of effort and they said, this is just the price that has to be paid in order to secure my stuff, as opposed to, gee, I hate this or I don't want this.
What a pain.
It has to be an attitude change. And you have to say it's important. Because I remember at the turn of the century, we were like, do we really need security? That was really the talk, right? And do we need to even have security roles or CISO roles? And now we all know we need it, but I'm not sure we've really reached the point where people have really adopted and embraced the essentials of this along with
it's because security is still too hard.
Yeah, exactly.
Is number one.
Right.
The perception.
True.
And the second thing is, sometimes I think as an industry, we beat our head against the wall. Passwords.
Yeah.
The average person has 150 or 170 something passwords.
Doesn't work too good.
And there's no way you're picking a different password for every site. There's no way you're remembering them all. Yeah, we could use password managers, and those have been hacked into. Just the whole concept of passwords, I think, is something we got to get away from.
Agreed. And we do have passwordless-based systems.
Yes, we do.
And we do have zero trust architecture.
Yep.
And so we've got better ways to do it and give you just-in-time security, just-in-time permissions. There's far better architectures, but most organizations don't know how to do that well. They bite off too big. They go too far down that rabbit hole too quickly.
Yep.
And it's 2 or 3 times the effort that they think. And then they get into a situation where instead of it taking a year, it ends up being 3 to 5 years of risk acceptance, and they get hacked in the meanwhile. Because then they have all these open vulnerabilities and holes in accepted risk, and it's a nightmare because they don't know how to do digital transformation properly.
No.
So it goes from bad to horrible. So you got to do digital transformation right. So start small, something simple that you can easily deal with, and then move into your VIPs and your areas of greatest asset management and roll it out to where you can protect your most important assets and de-risk in the areas that will give you the greatest bang for your buck. That's really what you need to do, and do it wisely.
Ken, I wish we had an hour to go dive into this, because this is what people need to hear.
Well, thank you.
Fortunately, we got to get our next guy in, but hey, man,
thank you.
Do it.
It's been a pleasure, Alan.
It's been a pleasure, and thank you for what you do.
Thank
honestly,
you.
Because again,
it's our pleasure.
Right, what we say is when nothing happens, no one knows, but nothing happens because people like you are doing your job, man.
Thanks. That's what we try to do here at Qualys.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, we're live here in San Diego. We've got another guest coming up here in just a moment, and we have some great content. Until then, stay tuned. You're watching Techstrong TV. Okay.
Thanks.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future.
Hey everyone, we're back here live in San Diego for Qualys's QSD, Qualys Security Conference, in case you don't know. Our next guest is Mr. Sundar Annamali.
Yes.
He is the president of Blue Lava. What's Blue Lava? Well, I'm not going to answer that. You are.
Well, Level Blue.
Level Blue. Where did I get Blue Lava?
Well, you know, that's a different brand name, but Level Blue is the name of the
Blue
company.
Lava sounds like a good name, but okay.
Yeah, but so, you know, not a lot of folks know about Level Blue. We are formerly H&T Cybersecurity. We've created a standalone company to go focus completely on the managed security marketplace. And we're excited to be here at QSC today with Sumedh and his team, and excited to announce some of the MROC partnerships that we're excited about launching with Qualys, and how we think that brings value to customers.
So, Sundar, if it's okay, we're going to get into the MROC, we're going to get into the Qualys partnership. I want to talk a little bit about MSSPs. So, as you said, Level Blue is a spin out of AT&T. AT&T had acquired several cyber technology companies, including some MSSP and monitoring and stuff, and then spun it out. I always, not question, because I thought it was a good thing that they spun it out. But, you know, as we were talking off camera, MSSPs in my mind play such an important role, because the fact of the matter is, there's a handful of companies in the world that have resources to really do security well, A to Z. Everyone else should be using an MSSP in my mind, right? Because there's no way you could do A to Z. You don't have the resources, you don't have the talent, you don't have you just don't have the wherewithal. I'm wondering, your president, I assume you buy into that as well.
Absolutely.
But is the market buying into that? Is the MSSP market? I mean, I always thought it would be hockey sticking.
Yeah. And I think it's a great question, a great insight. I think some of that dynamic goes back to where customers are on their respective journeys. Some customers have the sophistication, they do have the resources to try to do it themselves. You know, our play is let us help you drive towards the security outcomes that you're aspiring to, and do that across the footprint of technologies that they're actively managing. I'd say that's one of the dynamics that we actively face is customers through a series of acquisitions or a series of historical decisions have a multitude of technologies that they've had to deploy and manage. And oftentimes is a trade-off between DIY or use a partner like an MSSP to do it themselves. And we're finding more and more customers are wanting to lean on MSSPs to take that burden off of their resources, have the security personnel in mind to manage a complex set of policies, complex set of technologies that is changing every 6 months. And there's a new technology on the horizon they're being asked to consider.
Sure.
And as we talked about in the room, budgets aren't unlimited. And so when they have a transformation journey in front of them, they're looking to us to help them on the migration from technology A to technology B. And that is not as simple as rip and replace. You've got policy management, workflow management, who from the customer side is going to do what, and what do they want the MSSP to do as well.
I agree with you 100%, but I think another thing to note is the MSSP is not a transitionary partner.
No.
Right? I don't think you say, oh, I'm going to go out with an MSSP for 6 months or a year, and then we'll be able to take it in-house.
Yeah.
I think there are companies who have that mentality. I think that's a losing mentality because you're just not.
No, and I think MSSPs like ourselves, you know, we think about it as a partnership. We want to be considered as part of the team on behalf of the customer to help jointly drive outcomes. And so our personnel are equally as excited about what does it take to achieve the goals the company's going after. We want to be part of the team because the only way, you know, we will be successful is with the customer success. And so that means partnering with their technology teams, partnering with their risk and compliance teams, as well as their IT organizations to actually put all these practices into use and implement in terms of what they're looking to get done.
Absolutely. Now, when you look at MSSPs, and we were talking, I have some experience with MSSPs. They have some things kind of in common, and then they have some things that separate one from the other. One of the things they all have in common is they basically do offer sort of a SOC, 24/7 operation where, look, you may not be 24/7, but we are, and we're your eyes, ears, and watching it. Some MSSPs have developed their own proprietary software, you know, and it ranges like, you know, the spectrum of security services, if you will. Other MSSPs are very specialized. I'm not an A to Z security MSSP. I'm an MSSP for email or for cloud, public cloud, or, you know, whatever my specialization is. Then there are other MSSPs who say, look, we're going to offer you best of breed. Right? Yeah, we have some solutions, but if you think Qualys vulnerability scanning is better than our in-house vulnerability scanning, we'll use Qualys.
Yeah.
Where do you guys on
so-
that spectrum?
Yeah, so it's multifaceted, as you know, and so the way that we thought about it and the way we grew the business up is we have an advisory services team as one part of our offer set, which is to help customers on the decision-making process for technology, policies, implementation. So that's one part of our organization. We also have a network security side of our practice, our business, which is historically kind of where MSSPs evolved out of. And we do that for customers today, and we lean on best-in-breed strategic partnerships that we partner with today to implement these technologies, manage them, implement them, transition them over time. And we also have our threat side of our portfolio, which also includes some proprietary IP that we've built over the years to build out a threat platform and scale up what customers need. And what we're doing is putting all of that into a common platform that customers can use with Level Blue on a day in, day out basis, from advisory services, network security, and threat all together.
Got it. You mentioned you were up on the main stage. I interviewed Himesh from the insurance company.
Yeah, that's right.
Mayberry. Mulberry. Excuse me, Mulberry. And we spoke a little bit about what was set up there, and it really is about the cyber world today, and doing it right is such a multifaceted kind of thing that you need. You need your cyber insurance partner. You need your MSSP. You need maybe your direct security vendor like a Qualys, right? Because it's just too much.
Right. Yeah.
For any one company to wrap around
That's
here.
right.
And I don't want to blow smoke up people's. It's not getting easier.
No.
Where do you see the role of MSSP evolving, or do you think what we have today is sort of the modern MSSP?
I think customers are going to have to make choices over time. We continue to see customer environments to be multi-vendor. We don't see that going away anytime soon. And there's two sides of the coin. One side of it is, what do you do on the pre-planning side to kind of assess where's my posture look like today? What tools can I implement to understand what are my risk exposure points? How do you prioritize that? And that's what I think is interesting in terms of what was announced today around how do you plan for what's the right level of investment versus every nail standing up has to be nailed down. And so that's not really a realistic outcome for a customer. And so how do you prioritize which ones will have the biggest bang for my buck? And then the flip side of that coin is just knowing where you have the risks is not sufficient. You need to have arms and legs from an MSSP to partner with the company in terms of how do we make sure we're doing the patch management, what firewall policies have to be remediated, where do I have the biggest risks in my business on the endpoint, mobile endpoint, and that's where we think the complementary nature of exposure management and MSSP really are a nice synergistic value for customers to drive security outcomes.
We only have a few minutes left. I wanted, if you wouldn't mind, talk about your partnership with Qualys.
Yeah. So we've been a partner with Qualys for a long time in the vulnerability management space. In terms of what was announced today, it'll be an evolution of what we've been doing historically with them. And how do we put that together in terms of our overarching MSSP go-to-market practice?
Where can people get more information on, not only on the Qualys partnership, but on Level Blue to begin with?
Yeah, so we encourage folks to visit us on our website, levelblue.com.
Okay.
And so you'll learn more about comprehensive offers that we have in the marketplace, from network security, endpoint management, and our threat detection capabilities, as well as our advisory services. So we're a one-stop shop for customers, and we're happy to help where customers need us.
In that regard, as I said before, there's such a wide spectrum of MSSPs. Any company too small, any company too big? What's your sweet spot?
Yeah, so we typically address the needs of mid-market customers and up, and so those are the customers that really need. They don't have the resources on the ready to kind of manage and deploy technology from a security standpoint, and so those needs, unfortunately, are in the small business space, mid-market space, and all the way to the Fortune 500. It really depends on the sophistication level of the customer.
Got it. Hey, I know you have to get out of here.
Absolutely, I appreciate the time.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Levelblue.com. We're live in San Diego. We're going to be back in just a minute with our next guest. You're watching Techstrong TV.
Thank you.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day to day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
Real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team is really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future.
Hi, everyone. We're back here in San Diego for continuing coverage of QSC, Quality Security Conference 24. I'm really happy to introduce you to our next guest. His name is Rich Sierson. Rich is the Chief Risk Technology Officer, CRTO.
Yes.
Got it. Hey, Rich, first of all, welcome to Techstrong TV. It's great to have you on here. You have a bit of an interesting background. Your history with Qualys goes back almost 20 years.
That's right.
But you haven't been here 20 years.
That's also right.
Fill us in. Give us a little bit of the Rich story.
So, yeah, 2004, I was here at Qualys as an engineer doing security things. And I got an opportunity actually through Qualys to go to Kaiser Permanente. And that led me to this role I called serial recovering CISO. So I ended up going from Kaiser to GE to Twilio and others. Along the way, I became an author. So I co-authored a book called How to Measure Anything in Cybersecurity Risk. Despite the long, gangly title and pea green cover, the book's done great. So it's the main curriculum for the Department of Defense CISO program out of Carnegie Mellon. It's graduate school curriculum at Harvard, Brown, a couple hundred other universities. It's got the unique distinction of being the only security book that has been required reading for the Society of Actuaries exam.
Really?
Yeah, so the actuaries, they're
that's
kind of crazy. They're kind of crazy people.
So is the book? I imagine it's got to be in multiple editions at this point.
Second edition.
Second edition. Yeah. Fantastic. Available on Amazon, Barnes Noble, all your favorite book vendors.
That's right. Yeah. It's the first of 2 books I've written. The second one is far less popular.
Well, this is your chance to plug it.
Oh, well, if you are interested in applying Bayesian mathematics to security metrics, if you're the one person who wants to do that, this is the book for you.
We got an army of one on that one. What's the name of the book?
The Metrics Manifesto, Confronting Security with Data. Actually, it's done pretty well. Not as great as the green book, but I'm happy to have
What color is this one?
This one's red.
You went with red? More popular than pea green.
Yeah.
Maybe a shorter title?
Yeah, maybe. Well, it's the Metrics Manifesto, subtitle, Confronting Security with Data.
Love it. So, you left in 2006.
Yeah.
When did you come back?
About 9 months ago.
Oh, really? So, relatively recently. And what brought you back?
Well, Sumedh. He was stalking me.
Really?
No, not really. He reached out and said, "Hey, I have this vision for the future for Qualys. I'd like to meet and talk to you about that." We met at a Starbucks close to his home and hung out, and he shared with me the vision, which is live now today, and it was pretty compelling. And he wanted someone who had, been there, done that as a CISO, right? Mm-hmm. But also had a strong, interest on risk management, particularly from a quantification perspective. He decided that was me and said, "Hey, why don't you come and not only help us with the strategy, but really become a voice to the industry on this topic?" And so, that's.
And here you are.
Here I am.
We're going to dive into the whole risk thing in 1 second.
Sure.
Before we do, I have one other first question. Qualys circa 2006 to Qualys circa 2024. Obviously, Philippe is not here.
Yeah.
And Philippe breathed life into this company
Absolutely.
for many years back then.
Right.
But beyond that, differences, similarities, what's changed, not changed?
I don't know if this is a fair analogy, but it's like, pre-Satya Microsoft. Here's a hardcore engineer who takes over as the CEO. That's Sumedh as well. I mean, hardcore engineer is taken over as CEO. Now he rose to the ranks. But we got 22, 23 products. When I was there was like one product. It was a great product. It was great. Mm-hmm. But, 200 people back then, just shy of, I think. Now we're at like 2,000. So it's just vastly different. But, in 3 years, the revenue is doubled. I mean, it's just really increased. And I think that's a testament to really leaning into, bringing, serious kind of an engineering ethos and vision to the company, which I think is critical. But also, Sumedh brings a business savvy, hence the vision of bringing in, risk from not just from a technical perspective, but from a financial perspective as well. So I think it's a vastly different company. But I loved Qualys back then. I love it more now.
Absolutely. So, as we were talking off, look, I've been friends with the folks at Qualys for going on 25 years now, 24 years, something like that. And it's an interesting evolution that we've seen here. The theme for this QSC is certainly risk. And as someone rich like you, I've been in security a long time. Risk is, you remember we used to write this all the time, back when Web 2.0 first came out and we were blogging. Risk does not equal sign with the strike through it, security.
Right.
Right? And a lot of people had a hard time with that. But it's true, risk doesn't equal security. Risk is risk, security, cybersecurity is cybersecurity. They are connected, they are, tangential, and one helps the other or not, but it's not the same. For too many of us, risk was, here's my take on it.
Okay.
You can call me out and think if I'm wrong. Security, when I first got involved in security, had an image problem in that it wasn't really part of IT. It was kind of bound up with risk, non-IT.
Right.
And we fought like heck to make security, the whole DevOps and DevSecOps thing that I've helped with, was to bring security into mainstream IT. And we've done a decent job of that. Security is part of IT. But risk didn't come along. Risk stayed over there, not part of IT necessarily. Right. CFO, risk management, that traditional kind of pipeline. And that created a wider gulf between security and risk. They certainly one doesn't equal the other, but they weren't even in some ways talking to each other.
True.
Now I see a wrap approachment, trying to bring security and risk. Again, they're not necessarily equal. They're never going to be equal, but together, closer, if you will.
Right.
Is that how you see it, or what would your critique be there?
Well, security is not a noun. Security is a verb. You secure things. You secure all the things. It's an activity. But what is risk? Risk is a state of uncertainty where some of the possibilities could lead to loss, catastrophe, or some other undesirable outcome, right? So I don't think they're things to be compared at all, right? Again, security is a thing that you do, and risk is, again, a state of uncertainty, and they work together. So I don't think they're exclusive. I actually think security is an activity that's a subset of a risk function.
Okay.
Right? So that's my thoughts on it. Then what is risk management, right? So risk management is where you're going to mitigate or remediate the most plausible of those losses that impact business objectives, right? So that's where the security activity comes in, mitigation or remediation, particularly for those digital plausible losses. So again, what is risk? Risk is a state of uncertainty where some of the possibilities could lead to loss, catastrophe, or some other negative outcome. What's risk management? Risk management is the remediation or mitigation of the most plausible of those losses that impact business objectives, right? So that's where security fits in. So I think security ends up being kind of a subset of that. I'm going to be honest, it's been 10 years since I've worked for a company that had a CIO.
Really?
Yeah, cloud native companies don't really, they might have a CIO, but they're somewhere. It's they're CTO-driven organizations.
More and more.
Yeah,
we see, we started a site, it's called CXO, Digital CXO. Yeah. Because we found the same thing.
Yeah.
In not just cloud native, but like modern tech companies, or heavy tech reliant companies. You're right, the CTO often wears two hats too. He's the CPO sometimes too, Chief Product Officer, or she.
Absolutely.
Could be a she.
Yeah.
But the Chief Technology can be the Chief Product Officer, but certainly the CTO drives what used to be the CIO. And we've seen another interesting thing. The CISO, the Chief Information Security Officer, takes over some of that CIO role too.
Because the scope of the CIO role is really shrunk significantly. So like they look at the CISO, they go, "You've got a pulse. You got that I word here. Here you're not the Stuckey of this function. CTO has all the budget." So then the question is, should security be a subset as a role? Should it be a subset of CTO? I don't know. Listen, the function is to identify and try to reduce plausible future loss. I mean, that's really the idea. And that gets into the function of, again, the Risk Operations Center. What the Risk Operations Center is really just almost like an epiphany of the obvious, is that, average CISO, I'm going to have 70 plus solutions, for a Fortune level CISO.
A Fortune level? I think it's over 100 now.
Over 100. You're going to have a lot of solutions. How do I bring all that to again, telemetry is not measurement. How do I bring all that telemetry together in such a way where I can measure what matters most, and then hopefully take automated low impact, when I say low impact low disruption actions that eliminate risk, right? That's the hypothesis behind the Risk Operations Center. It's just, again, I say epiphany of the obvious, you hear it, you go like, okay, that makes sense, right?
Yep.
And so that's what we're trying to do. And so where the CISO fits in terms of responsibilities, it's more about what's the function, what are you trying to get done, how do you do it in a capitally and operationally efficient manner.
Where does the ROC fit in next to the SOC?
So I think
is it like this or is it like that?
So the Risk Operations Center, remember I said risk, security is kind of a subset of that. Mm-hmm. I don't think you can SOC well if you don't understand what your value at risk is and what matters most. So if you think about a SOC, angry packets stopping against a firewall, right? You're getting all this noise. You have your, your first line, which may be with your MSSPs, going, oh, light, blinky, red, scary. Call second line person. They're looking, and then they're going to triage, throw away 99% of that, then have something that's this is very difficult. It's real. Go to the third line, right? The SMEs. So you have this whole process. Our view is, well, maybe if you understood the context, what's the value at risk from an asset perspective, right? You can dedupe that signal, then deliver to the SOC what matters most, right? So the SOC becomes a subset of this broader function. That's kind of
That's your take on it.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
I think it's as good as anything else I've heard today. So that's a good thing. What about QSC? This is your first one since you're back. Actually, the first America's one.
Yeah, I was at the one in the UK before.
Right.
I think it's fantastic. I think people are really leaning in on the risk topic. I was at the product advisory board. And I was watching these CISOs and sub-CISOs all working while other people are talking. And it's not all about me, but I got up there and started talking about risk, and
they put it
every
down.
single one. Yeah.
Well, they knew you wrote the P. Green book.
No, yes, but I think the reality is we're talking about a subject that really matters to them. They are concerned about risk. They want to be able to speak the language that the money people speak. They want to be able to drive decisions, right? I imagine this, like here you are, you're in your board meeting, CFO, GC, investors, whatnot, and they look out the glass wall and they see this person, pushing a broom, and they say, well, who's that guy? That's the CISO. Should we invite him in? No, don't do that. Right?
He'll just bog us down.
We don't understand a word that
he's going to talk
saying,
bits
right?
and bytes.
So how do we, but I think that needs to change, right? They need to be able to speak the language of business, right?
Well, that's what good CISOs do.
Right.
Otherwise, they're just security architects who do their architecture and get the hell out.
Right.
Right. They have a lifespan of 9 to 18 months, basically.
Yep.
But is there a place where Chief Risk Officer or Chief Risk Technology Officer supplants the CISO at the board level, and the CISO maybe is not a CISO, because that's always been, CISOs always have a Rodney Dangerfield issue. They get no respect, right?
Right.
They don't really earn their seat at the table.
Right.
Maybe the future is they don't have a seat at that table. The chief risk, the CRTO does.
I don't know about CRTO, but chief risk officer. What's the chief risk officer do? I mean, since we talked about insurance earlier today, typically they're going to be one who's buying your tech, subset cyber, your D&O, property casualty, but That's just representative of the things that they're supposed to ensure that the business is sustainable, right, financially and otherwise. They don't have a digital expertise, right? That's not their domain. I mean, what the CTO does is about ensuring that that you're exposing more value to more people through more channels at higher velocities to increase revenue. So the CTO is going to be producing product and platforms to increase revenue. You could say, well, that's risk too. Does that CRO end up replacing that person? No, not at all. So again, I don't think the CRO supplants. Could I see a CISO reporting a CRO? Sure, they do. Can they report to the CTO? Sure, they do. Could they report to the GC? They do. Could they report to the CEO? They do. But I don't think the roles are supplanted. That's my opinion.
I'll go with that too. It's better than anything else I've heard today.
Yeah.
Hey, we're about out of time, man. I want to thank you for coming in. I know you're busy as heck here. Welcome back to Qualys. Congratulations. It's going to be an exciting ride, I think.
I hope so. So far, it's so good.
All righty.
All right.
Hey, we're taking a break. We're live in San Diego today. We'll be back in just a moment with our next guest. We have some other content to play for you. Stay with us. We still have, 5 or 6 more guests to come today. This is Techstrong TV.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future.
everyone. We're back here live in San Diego with more coverage from the Qualys QSC. I've got two speakers here to introduce you to. First of all, to my immediate right is Beatrice Serkis, and to my far right is Osman Zubair. Darn, I got it right. Okay. Beatrice, why don't we start with you first? Tell people a little bit about kind of your journey and what brings you here today.
Okay, so I work for IDB Bank in New York. I am the head of application security and vulnerability management. I started in security 20 years ago with a lot of experience in networking applications, all that is related to this. So today we are going to speak about Qualys Web Application Scan and how is this platform allowing us to keep the bank safe, to keep the bank within the risk appetite that is defined, and to provide our customers good and safe service.
20 years ago, security was all about network security.
Definitely.
It's come a long way,
yeah.
Right? It was all network security. We had the moat and castle. It was such a different place. But thank you for sharing that. Osman, how about you? What's your journey been like?
Yeah, so currently I work at Qualys. I'm leading web application and API security product line. I have been in application security space for more than 10 years, and I have had the opportunity to work on dynamic application security, interactive application security, a little bit of SAST. So I absolutely love application security space, and I'm happy to be part of this conversation here today.
So I remember when I first became exposed to AppSec, as we call it, right? Application security. I had a friend, Jeremiah Grossman, who started a company called White Hat.
Yes, I know him.
Sure. And that was my first exposure to AppSec. And then, of course, then we saw OWASP and all of these things. And application security became, if it wasn't AppSec, it didn't mean anything. No more network security, it was AppSec. And then, funny thing happened, and we saw the rise of WAFs, web application firewalls, and I got into DevOps and DevSecOps, and that exposed a different kind of web application security. So it was no longer just about scanning, whether it was a static scan, a dynamic scan, software composition analysis, SCA, and so forth. But it became about software supply chain security, because that's part of your app. And all of a sudden, everybody started and another thing happened. You mentioned APIs.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, APIs, now 57% of all the traffic on the internet is just APIs talking to APIs.
Absolutely.
And you know what? For the most part, they fly underneath the WAF. So WAFs, which were all the rage, quickly became useless, almost useless. And we had to have a new way of looking at security, API web application security. Through it all, there's been Qualys, right? I'm in this, as I said, 28, 29 years. Through it all, it's been Qualys. How is this evolution, this story, it's obviously impacted you in your career, but how does it impact how you do web app security and scanning at the bank?
So that's exactly the question. So most of the applications today are web-based. Even so, we see the migration towards mobile, and that is happening. We still have most of our applications on the web. And of course, those applications are using APIs because there are so many financial platforms that need to interconnect and interchange customer information through the APIs. So the API security became the critical topic of this year and the top priority from a security perspective. But I want to go to the basics first. So the web applications. The web applications, as we know from the SDLC, they are starting from a non-prod environment And most of those applications are that critical that have multiple non-prod environments. And we scan those using Qualys web application scan in non-prod, and then make sure that we work with the application team to remediate the critical and high-risk vulnerabilities in non-prod. That is, the threshold is 0 critical and high-risk vulnerabilities when moving into production. Otherwise, it will not be approved. And we are doing so using the Qualys infrastructure, meaning the cloud agent that is in the cloud for the applications that are in the cloud. And for the internal ones, we are using the scanners that we deployed into the bank infrastructure. So it's all based on Qualys infrastructure, the scanners. And those scanners are used for more than only the application, but we are speaking about the applications today.
Sure.
So having the ability to scan from the non-prod, it means that in the production, the applications will be clear from a security perspective. They will still be scanned, but we see that critical and high-risk vulnerabilities are already remediated, and it gives us the peace of mind to allow the application to go live.
So, and just to be clear, when we say non-prod, right, it could be in a test environment, a dev environment. If we look at the left to right timeline with the middle being deployment, it's to the left of deployment. So,
yes,
if you will, shift left, as we call it, right?
Right.
Doing these scans there. Now, that's a big change, right?
It's a huge change.
When I was doing security, we were lucky if we scanned it once a year after. But we also live in a dynamic world, and what seems to be secure today is not secure tomorrow.
It's even more than that. What is secure today, it might not be secure tomorrow because a new vulnerability will be found out. And then continuously scanning with the Qualys infrastructure, we discover those vulnerabilities in a timely manner and be able to remediate those. Because, anything that is not remediated, it doesn't work.
Right.
So we keep a very close communication with the application teams so that they get the right details, what is the problem, how to solve that, and then we rescan and validate that is remediated.
Zuma, I want to ask you, we mentioned there's different kinds of scans today, right? And I apologize, I can't make these people stop talking, but our mics are good, they'll hear us. But we have dynamic scanning, static scanning, software composition analysis, API testing. Is it really called API scanning or API testing? Depends who you talk to. Qualys has all of these?
So definitely for dynamic security, software composition analysis, basically whatever is needed to secure your applications or to perform security testing, to be precise, Qualys offers that. And our web application security testing is very unique for many different reasons. We scan for not only OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities, we also look for PII exposure. We also look for, like using Qualys WAS, you can detect and monitor for the presence of malware as well. So it is super comprehensive application security testing.
And what about API specifically? Anything there?
Absolutely. So for API security testing, we have like OWASP top 10 for APIs.
Yes, they have their own API list now.
Especially, those checks. And not only that, Qualys WAS also looks for compliance to Open API specifications, because that has pretty significant impact on how APIs are adopted. So we look for those weaknesses as well, or non-conformance to Open API specifications.
So, when you look at the banking industry today, the banking industry today is a very different place than it was before COVID or 25 years ago. There aren't a lot of banks putting a lot of money into opening up new brick and mortar branches. Everything is done via app. Everything.
Right.
I actually had to stop in my bank this week to get some paperwork done. It's the first time I set foot in a bank. I don't remember the last time I was in a bank. Now this puts a lot of pressure though that these apps, they have to run flawlessly because you know how customers are today. If your internet on the airplane doesn't work, they're ready never to fly your airplane again, right? They need those banking's mission critical. How does Qualys help make sure that your mission critical apps are not only secure, because sometimes I think people, they talk about being secure, but it's more important they work for them, right? How does it help make sure that they're up and running all the time for them?
Yeah, so this is really important. We are able to use Qualys tags to tag the critical applications, also to tag the environments, and also to tag the exposure. So being able to tag, we will prioritize the scanning and the remediation for the ones that are more critical to the bank. And why we do that? To make sure that there won't be any financial loss.
Sure.
Okay? So this is all we want. We want to keep our customers safe. We want to keep the bank safe. And we know that the financial sector is the first one that is being attacked because there's money there. So
always.
Yes. So there's no expectation that those applications will not be attacked. The only expectation is that when is this attack may be impacting. So we are constantly scanning, constantly reviewing, constantly looking at the risk level of the vulnerabilities that we found. We are using also the Qualys True Risk. So only speaking about the severity is not enough because it might be like a medium severity vulnerability. But
well, it could be medium severity on a...
Exactly. The true risk might be very high, so we do take that into account.
Sure.
And work with the application development teams to remediate those before they are going on with an upgraded application or before they apply a patch. And there's another aspect as well. Those applications have third-party software, like the Java, .NET, Apache, and those third-party software are coming with other vulnerabilities that are continuously discovered. So we use the software composition analysis from Qualys to discover those and to remediate those as well. And that saves us effort to implement another platform, because otherwise we should need to buy another platform that does software composition analysis. We have it in Qualys with the very same agents that we are already deployed and installed. So this allows us to efficiently address and have one source of truth for all those vulnerabilities. Obviously, we use another platform also to scan. We use burp. So we import the XML files from burp into Qualys so that we'll have one source of truth. Right. And we have a complete report to our application development team. This is what you need to remediate. And it's very good that the report includes not only what they need to remediate, but also how they should do that.
And that's an important part of this, right? Because, the old days you would get a vulnerability report that looked like a telephone book. Now, many of the people young out here don't remember what a telephone book looked like.
Exactly.
But they were very thick, right? If you didn't know what to do to fix it, what good was it? You had to sit and look up every one. It could take forever. The nice thing about the Qualys web app portal is it tells you right there how to fix these. I haven't heard someone talk about burp in a long time.
This is a very, very good platform, very customizable.
Yeah.
It's always a good way to test an application from different angles. But the better way is to have one source of truth because
have
we
to.
won't be able to manage otherwise.
It's hard enough managing with one source. It gets exponentially harder from there on.
It does. And we are also aware that developers that they need to remediate, they are not security specialists.
No.
So the more information we are giving them from Qualys, the more they are able to do their work.
And the more they understand, because you know what, I've spoken, we run DevOps.com, so we speak to developers all the time. Oftentimes they feel like the security people tell them stuff. Oh, there's a vulnerability here. Why? What's vulnerable about it? What exactly? And because they tend to think those security people just make stuff up to make our life hard. They're always saying no. Why do I got to do this? What's the policy? So when you could give them that kind of background, no one wants to make bad code. No one wants to develop insecure code. But they want to know that this is not just being done arbitrarily. So
having one source of truth makes us cybersecurity to be an enabler for the business and not
a burden.
No. Exactly.
Yeah, agreed. We're about out of time. Azuma, Beatrice, thank you for being here. Thank you for presenting here at QSC this year. And good luck.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a break. We are still live in San Diego. We've got some more content. We've got a lot more guests to come. Stay with us. You're watching Techstrong TV.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secured by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future.
Hi everyone, we're back here in San Diego for QSC. Having a great first day talking about all different aspects of security and what's going on here. My next guest, he's been with us, I don't know, every QSC since you joined the company, I think. I think the first time I interviewed you, I just joined. It's Dilip Bashwani. And Dilip, I forgot your title, but is it Chief Product Officer?
Chief Technology Officer.
That's exactly it. And first of all, welcome back. It's great to see you.
It's good to be here, yeah.
It's a good QSC so far. Really nice crowd, really nice turnout. Some great conversations, great presentations and sessions. If you ask me, the big story this year is risk. It's about risk management, the launch of the Qualys ROC, Risk Operations Center.
Yeah.
And we were talking, we've both been in security a long time, we were talking about the evolving relationship between risk, security, and IT.
Yes.
It's almost like you could be friends with one, but then you can't be friends with the other. Right? When you're kids, you had that kind of thing. You can't be the three of you together, but we need the three of them together. give me your take on where is the market, not just Qualys, but what's the state of the industry when it comes to risk, security, and IT?
Yeah, it's a good question. So, for a long time, let me start with first security and IT. I'll come to risk. It was always thought that security sits here, IT sits here.
Yeah.
And the security team is running the VM scans, passing it on to the IT team, and the IT team is fixing everything.
Sometimes.
Excuse me, you're right. Sometimes, right? Now what has happened is, and Qualys is a good example of this, we launched Qualys Patch Management about 4 years back.
I remember.
And when we launched it, we were told, well, a security vendor doesn't actually do patch management, it's the IT teams. And our take was, what do you do after you run a VM scan, as an example? The next thing you do is patch. So we built the product, we launched the product, we've obviously tightly integrated that into the overall security ecosystem. But just to tell you how close security and IT is coming together, since the beginning of this year to now, to last week, we went back and we looked at numbers. And Qualys Patch Management has deployed 78 million patches.
My God, that's a lot of patches.
That's a big number, right? And that just tells you that it's, when you are thinking about risk, you can't say something belongs here to security, something belongs to IT. You just have to think of risk in a more holistic way. And that actually brings me to the whole idea behind risk in security, right? Because for a long time, what was happening was you run all these scans, you check for your vulnerabilities, your misconfigurations, and then you have this endless game of fixing and patching these vulnerabilities. When in fact, what you really should be doing is focusing on what's the most important thing to fix, right? And excuse me. And the way we think about it, and we actually spoke to about 150 CISOs before we really sat down to build enterprise risk management, our risk operations center, just to say, here is how we are thinking about things. That just because you have a vulnerability doesn't mean you have to patch that vulnerability, right? In fact, when you look at the entire breadth of vulnerabilities that are out there, there's a very small subset that actually has an exploit for it, right? Or you could have a vulnerability that could be exploited outside in, but it doesn't apply to you. So we said, why don't we look at everything in a much more risk-centric way and combine data about the asset, about the business context, about threat exposure, all of that, and then say for a particular asset or for a particular business entity which comprises a set of assets, what are the most important things that you can focus on or you should focus on? And what that boils down to is you really have to focus on about 10% of what's really at risk here. And you don't have to, at least initially, you don't have to go chasing things where it won't make that much of a difference. So we now see that the industry is converging on the concept of risk, that everything doesn't have to be fixed. You have to say, how does it apply to me? What's my risk posture? And let me focus on that first. ETM enables that, right? It's not, excuse me, I'm sorry. ETM is not just about Qualys products, bringing Qualys products together and giving you a unified view of risk for Qualys. We are going further and we are saying, we'll take all third-party products, we'll bring everything in, and then we will give you a real unified view of your enterprise risk, your business risk, right? To me, as somebody who also runs operations at Qualys, and obviously working very closely with our security teams, we are FedRAMP compliant, we have FedRAMP moderate, we are getting FedRAMP high now in the next couple of months. I mean, thinking of everything in a risk-centered way obviously makes a lot of sense, right? And we are benefiting from it too.
I had a good conversation this afternoon with Mahesh Chavra, I think. He's the president of Mulberry.
Correct, the
insurance company, yes. Cyber insurance. And what he was saying is, look, they could take that risk score because you know, when you go get insurance, I don't care whether you're getting cyber insurance or homeowners insurance. Have you ever made a claim?
Yes.
How old is your roof? Do you have storm-proof windows, whatever? And yes, no, yes, no, yeah. And based upon that, an insurance company says, all right, well, this is how much coverage you're going to get, this is how much it costs. But it's that moment in time.
Correct.
It could change next week, next month, next year, or not at all. What they like about having the risk score like that is this is something that is a living, breathing, dynamic score that then they could monitor, because if they, you know, because for them, information is their lifeblood, right? They can't manage their own risk, because insurance is a risk management business, right? What's the likelihood of having a claim? How big a claim it is? How much do I collect in premium, right?
Yes.
What's my reserves? All that, it's risk. This to them opens up for the first time.
Yes.
Truly managing risk day to day, moment to moment.
It absolutely does, because insurance today works on an outside-in principle. They look at things from outside. So to your point, roof, a few things, they may do a drive-by, and then they bucket you and they say you fall in this category of customers and here's your premium. There is no inside-out view or no deep dive inside. What True Risk does is, fine, you can look at the outside-in view, but we are actually telling you what's going on inside in our own environment, and then that could help refine your risk posture and directly your insurance premiums.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with you. And look, for him, it's a game changer, but for security teams and risk management teams, it's also a game changer. But like I said earlier, it also helps bring together, again, security to risk, right? Because there is that inherent connection. One goes with the other. And so I think that's a needed thing. I also think one of the biggest problems we've had with security dealing with IT is the security team says, all right, here's the vulnerabilities, have at it. And whether you're a developer or just an ops person, you're like, why? Why? Show me, why is this bad for me? What could happen here? You're telling me this is a medium risk, this one is a high risk, right? Or medium severity, high severity, whatever. But I don't really see it. These kinds of things help people see
it does
what the real risk is. And then no one's going to say, oh, I don't care what the risk is. I just let it ride, you know? No, if they see the risk, they'll want to do something. So I think it could help in there. But I think this is a different way for the security industry to look at risk and how it's intrinsically linked to what our job functions are and what our goals are. I think, you know, when we look at, and I'm sorry to be talking, this is your interview, but you look at CISOs. Right? What's the job of the CISO? Is it to manage risk? But too many CISOs don't deal with managing risk. Too many CISOs deal with, did I do enough scans? Do I have the right talent in place? Tools.
Instead of the outcome that we should expect from the tooling.
Bingo.
Right? And I mean, we see that too. We are obviously hoping to change that conversation. In fact, we are a public company. We have pivoted to, instead of telling our board about we have these many vulnerabilities, or the fact that we rolled out MFA, or we rolled out this new tool, or did this or that, we are now talking in terms of risk, even to our board. And we are quantifying risk in terms of dollars. We are saying, here are all the platforms we have. Here is the risk associated with each of those platforms. Here is what we are doing to manage and mitigate that risk, and that resonates, right?
Absolutely, because that's the language they understand. Now, the question is, you know, the problem with being a missionary is you work hard cutting your path through the jungle and then someone just walks in behind. How This is a missionary role a little bit for Qualys, right? Kind of trying to bring the industry back to risk.
Yes.
How big a job is that? How long will it be to make it happen, you think?
You know, of all the CISOs that we spoke to, as soon as we presented this idea, and in many cases Sumedh was the one presenting, the immediate response was, this is a complete game changer. That we know that we shouldn't be fixing things based on a CVSS score. We should be fixing things based on
risk.
What
real
the risk is to us in our environment.
Not the risk to a generic.
No. Excuse me. Because you can have a vulnerability with an exploit, but if it doesn't apply to you, it doesn't apply to you. And as long as you can clearly explain that, right, then you're in a good place. So I don't think the adoption is going to be a challenge. In fact, I think this is going to be a real enabler, not just at the CISO level, not just at the board level, but even internally within organizations. For a security team to say, okay, we have all these vulnerabilities. I'm not asking the IT team to fix everything. I'm not asking my software engineering team to go back and fix all these application vulnerabilities. I'm going to give you a smaller subset. I'm going to tell you, I want you to fix this, and here's why I want you to fix it. Because I'm explaining that risk to you.
Sure.
Right? It's not just for outsiders, it's for internal use too. We do it internally that way now.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? Eating your own dog food, right? And that's how it has to be.
That's where the value then comes, because then you can have a conversation on something that's more grounded. We want you to do this because of this reason. And conversely, we are okay if you delay doing this because we don't see a risk. So.
Excellent. Dilip, they said we have to stick to 15 minutes because they've got a full panel for us. But A, it's a pleasure seeing you.
Thank you very much.
As always.
Good as always, yeah.
B, good luck with this. Keep us posted. We're going to take a break here on Techstrong TV. We have a lot more to go. I think Sumedh is coming up.
Okay, great, yeah.
Now or in the next one. But we're here for another couple hours in day one. Then we're back here tomorrow for another full day. So we're excited for it. You're watching Techstrong TV. We'll be back in a minute.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secured by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future.
Okay, everyone, we're back. We're live. We're in San Diego. At this point, it's better than being in Florida.
Amen.
And we've got Johnny Shiab here. Did I say that right, Johnny?
Perfect.
All right.
Perfect.
Johnny's with IBM. You know what? I don't want to. Why don't you tell them your
my
story?
name is Johnny Shiab. I'm the Chief Architect of Exposure Management at IBM. And I've been with IBM for like 21 years. And our specialty is really understanding the client ecosystem, the battlefield, and really the battlefield is a digital symphony of zeros and ones, harmoniously communicating across devices, assets, people, processes, trains, planes, automobiles, power plants, nuclear reactors. It's exhausting.
It is.
And what's really interesting is being able
Beepers, walkie-talkies.
Oh, yeah, baby monitors,
Yeah,
the whole
everything.
9 yards,
The
right?
Pacemakers.
Oh, no. But it's really interesting to, watch the evolution of Qualys over, 25 years of going from the traditional vulnerability management tool to the assessment business of policy compliance, then to DAS scanning with web application scanning. And now we're in a whole new evolution of orchestration.
Yes.
And I know it's called patch management, but it's really more like vulnerability remediation, fixing the elements of a vulnerability that native operating system tools, and I'm not going to name them, will halfway fix. And what's interesting about this year is being able to ingest multiple data sources.
Third-party data sources.
Third-party data sources to get into this new paradigm, the ROC.
Yeah.
Risk Operations, Center. Yeah.
And just what, my first thing is, well, we got the SOC, we got the NOC, do we need a ROC? I want to go back a second. Your title was?
Chief Architect of Exposure Management.
Exposure Management, which is, we were talking offline, is formerly Vulnerability Management.
Formerly Vulnerability Management.
But that's a good way of looking at Vulnerability Management, Exposure Management.
It's a maturity journey.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. You talked about patch management too. We were talking offline. I've been around this game a long time. First time I ever saw patch management at scale was a company down your way called Citadel, Hercules.
Yeah.
If you remember, that's a blast from the past, right?
Yeah.
I feel like we're on Casey Kasem. But, Citadel, Hercules had the DARPA
That's right.
contract for DOD. And that kind of made them a de facto standard. And back at the time, it was better than whatever else we had, kind of, almost. But it really wasn't. Looking back on it, it was far from perfect. And I think you said something that is, you didn't actually say this, but it's what you were getting at, which is there's more to remediation, there's more to vulnerability management than applying a patch.
Yeah. It's about pushing left to action the right way.
Right.
And really, vulnerability management, exposure management is about managing the life cycle of a vulnerability from its birth to its final remediation. And there are a very few amount of tools on the market that can do that. And what's kind of cool about, not kind of, but very cool about Qualys, it clubs together multiple related CVEs into one QID.
Yep.
And then is able to create recipes, if you will, for that specific vulnerability. And what's also interesting too about Qualys and other tools, but specifically Qualys, it allows the service provider to provide value add on top of the value that Qualys provides. Case in point, for the longest time, vulnerability platforms were not able to integrate with like a ServiceNow, Remedy, and Jira.
Right.
And how are vulnerability management teams scorecarded? By being able to reduce the number of vulnerabilities,
I know, but it was
the number
such a
of risks.
pain. Man, do I remember those days? opening a remedy ticket for a vulnerability.
And so now the vulnerability management team is able to take everything that they learn about assets, network location, internal, external DMZ, asset criticality, critical, high, medium, and low, and the most important thing, who the remediation team is, and now enrich ServiceNow, Jira, and Remedy. And that's probably, to me, in the partner meeting yesterday, to me, that's the most important thing. Being able to define that battlefield, who are the players of that battlefield, to where you can ultimately drive down vulnerabilities.
Yep.
Connecting the dots from A to Z.
I don't disagree. The theme that we've seen today is this year's QSC is the return of risk management.
Yeah.
I mean, risk has always been there, but risk management, because somewhere along the line we bifurcated out risk management from security. Security worked more with IT, risk maybe did it. But with this ROC product, right, the Risk Operations Center, we're seeing security and risk coming back together, I think, tighter.
Right. So I heard it described earlier from, I think, the Qualys CTO about, security is like an onion. That's perfectly correct. Where in the old days, you were looking at a vulnerability from inside out.
Mm-hmm.
But now with attack exposure management, you can look from outside in, and then now you have a reporting layer that can connect the dots and make it to like a Purdue-style model of that attack vector chaining to say, hey, well, this thing is exposed out here. How far down can I go into the client's ecosystem? That is a special thing to do. And by further enriching it with other third-party, whether it's Intel-centric or alert-centric or vuln-centric, that's tying a lot of those important data points together to increase really the fidelity of risk, because not all risk is the same depending on, what you're using, right?
Well, I think that's another thing to keep in mind, and this, we got so hung up in the vulnerability world on CVE criticality levels, but they were rather arbitrary. What was a medium criticality to you might be a very critical criticality to me.
And clients still today some clients still use the CVSS score.
Right.
It's a venerated score, but it's a severity score, meaning that if something were to happen, it might be this big, as opposed to taking that Intel-centric data of the number of weaponized exploits, MITRE attack framework, and gluing that all together to create data insights, Intel insights of risk score. Now, CISO comes and says, Johnny, tell me all the externally facing devices that are mission critical that could be exploited through the eyes of a threat actor. That's a powerful thing to do.
That's much different than a CVS score.
Now, is there a patch or recipe ready to go and remediate?
And if there's not, what can I do until there is?
Right.
Which is also
so
important.
now you have the Qualys ability to, in cybersecurity world, it's really called virtual patching.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to lock down memory
Haven't
segments
heard that term in a long time.
ports. Yeah, I'm old school OG, right? But being able to lock down memory in ports, creating that invisible umbrella to protect the device.
But there's also another element to it, which I think makes it real too, is that everyone's risk profile is different. Everyone's risk tolerance is different. And so with this product, you have the ability to say, what's I don't want to be put in a bucket. I got, brown hair, little hair, brown eyes. This is the bucket I'm in. No, I can really dial in my own unique profile that kind of suits me. And I think that's something that's been missing in our risk exposures.
And now with CSAM, you have the ability to create profiles. So, for example, if you have like an external facing machine that's running Apache and some other stuff, you can create profiles of what is allowed. So instead of going and remediating vulnerabilities, it's very similar to containers. Well, this machine drifted away from the profile, and I should go and remove all this stuff instead of remediating. And I think that's a really important thing that probably is not being discussed a lot.
Yeah.
That's very powerful. Why fix it when I can just remove it if it doesn't belong in that profile anyway?
Agreed. We got almost out of time. I got one more question for you. But you're from IBM and you're here at the Qualys. You're obviously partners, IBM and Qualys. Can you talk a little bit about the partnership?
Yeah, we've had a partnership for a very long time. And what's nice is at any point in time during business hours, I have an issue. Karun or whomever he delegates to will definitely help us out in a hurry. But I actually built the vulnerability management practice at IBM, and he and some other vendors were very instrumental on helping me. I didn't just think this up myself.
It's a big job.
Yeah, I have a lot of friends.
We get by with a little help from our friends, right?
Surround yourself with great friends.
Johnny, it's a pleasure meeting you. I hope it won't be the last time we have you here on Techstrong TV. We're live in San Diego. I think we've got Sumedh Thakkar, CEO of Qualys, up next. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few moments.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secured by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secured by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team is really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back.
everyone. We're live back here in San Diego for QSC, Qualys Security Conference. You know, we've spoken to folks from IBM, and we've spoken to folks from different banks and all kinds of different companies. We've even spoken to some of the Qualys people. My next guest is Shailesh Attali.
All right, you got it right.
This is only the third or fourth time I've interviewed Shailesh over the last 3 years. Eventually, I will get it right, because even a broken clock is right twice a day, right?
Right.
But anyway, Shailesh is the SVP of product now for Qualys, and we were lucky to grab him and pull him in here for a couple of minutes to talk a little bit. Shailesh, first of all, welcome. It's great to see you again.
Oh, fantastic to be here with you, Alan, again.
I appreciate it. So look, the big story here has been the ROC, right?
Correct.
The Risk Operations Center. We've looked at it from a lot of different angles, but you're SVP of product. How do you look at it?
Yeah, great question. To simplify that, like, look, I'm not going to go to technicalities or too much of history. I think we are at the position where SOC was needed. A bunch of tools we have on the network security side, on the asset side, they're all sending signals, and now the analysts don't know how to make sense of it. I have signals from EDRs, I have signals from asset tools, I have signals from incident tool. Now SOC came about as a merging of all of these signals to prioritize them, to know your risk so that you can respond quickly. But again, think about SOC as after the attack thing. Now we are at the position where even the proactive security needs a mechanism where all of these indicator of compromise or indicator of exposures come together from asset management, from vulnerability and config management, from your patch management, etc., and to provide customers one aggregated way to know, hey, what's my risk looks like?
Right.
And then how do I actually tackle that risk in a prioritized manner? That's where I think the industry is. So we are calling it as the industry's first ROC, like the SOC, Risk Operations Center.
So I tell you, in my view, I always thought of SOC as something that came about because of SIM.
Correct, yeah.
Right? We had these, we spent millions of dollars on SIMs, and all of a sudden we were collecting data from everywhere, from the vulnerabilities, from the, everywhere. And someone had to make heads or tails of this, sense of it. And so this whole notion of the SOC, and then it kind of took on a life of its own, the SOC.
Right.
That's where security people gather to kind of put it all together. At the same time, the mission in security changed a little bit. Right? I think a SOC was born out of network security. And I don't know if network security is still the heart of security today. I think you hit it on the head. We have to worry not just about reactive security, but we've got to worry about risk management and threat intelligence and all of these things. Now, I've been in security a long time. When I first got into security, that's the way it was. We did care about risk. Security was risk management. It wasn't IT. So is this really the wheel turning all the way around?
You can say that, and how do I look at it? Like, look, the same thing happened with for financial risk management as well, right? But at the end of the day, what's happening is when the CFO goes in front of the street, they're not telling, hey, what are the activities I'm doing? Hey, I'm running all of these audit function, I'm running all of these other accounting function. They have to provide numbers. And they have to provide how you're managing your risk of your numbers. So I think we are taking the turn as the security industry is also maturing. They're trying to understand, like, hey, no longer I can tell my executives, like, hey, how many incidents did we have? How many alerts did we have? How many patches we deployed has no meaning whatsoever. But what does it mean in terms of managing the risk to my business? So that's one of the reasons why I think the wheel is turning, because also now as the industry is maturing, probably a lot of executives in security and the risk are now getting executive position. They're asked to come in front of the board to explain. And the interesting part is we all think, because we live every day in security, that board needs to learn more. But it's the other way around. The security needs to talk the language of business.
Right.
And that's where I think, like you rightly said, I think the wheel is turning to provide, instead of me trying to, do everything after math, how do I actually properly manage my cyber risk and talk the language of business to provide like how my cyber risk faring to secure the business.
Don't disagree. I remember when CISOs first became popular, right? And CISOs, there were like two roles. One was a glorified security architect.
Correct. Yeah.
He came in and she, mostly he, came in and they designed the stack, the security stack. 9 months, 18 months later,
goodbye.
Next person, right?
Yep.
Then there was another kind of CISO who was brought in and given a seat at the table, and it was his job or her job, their job, to translate security talk to business talk.
Correct.
But they didn't talk risk. They talked what you said, how many patches were deployed. They talked numbers, metrics, because the thought was business understands metrics. Now you're saying, well, no, that wasn't the right language either. Business understands risk.
Yes.
And this is, so what does that mean for the CISO? The CISO has to become the risk expert.
Exactly. I mean, what CISO needs to become expert at is, at the end of the day, the investment I'm making, is that resulting into securing my business better? Like, I'll tell you an example. Today, like, everybody's talking about AI, right? Like, there's no interview. I hope
sucks the oxygen out of every room.
So now imagine that an executive goes, a tech executive goes to a CEO and says, hey, could you give me this $5 million and then I'm going to increase our top line by 5%. And then this CISO goes and tells that, hey, could you actually give me $5 million to make us more safe? That has no meaning. So you can imagine where the CEO is going to put money.
Right.
Unless this new language, what CISO talk about is, hey, if you could give me $5 million, I'm going to make sure that 20% risk what we have for our critical business app, which is making us $1 billion, I'm going to take it down to 10%. So our risk to losing that revenue is going to go down by, say, 100 million.
And now I'm spending the money.
Yes.
That's an excellent example. Let me be devil's advocate. How do I know you're really taking it down 10%?
So it really good question. And that's where I think the ROC concept come in picture, what Qualys is trying to do when we are coming out with industry's first risk operations center done through the enterprise true risk management. We are saying all the investment, what you're putting in, with all the security tools, they're all generating some sort of indicators of risk. Let's bring those together. Let's elevate those to actually map it, to calculate how your risk looks like. Then map this cyber risk to what your cyber insurer asking you in a questionnaire. What are your critical business apps you have? How much of insurance you are taking for the same? What sort of risk, like ransomware, data breach, PII breach, what kind of risk you have today in your environment? And then provide this mapping of what your cyber risk number looks like to your critical business app revenue number. I'll tell you a really interesting example again. Let's say you have 5 business applications. They're all making different type of revenues. Our own CISOs, pod 1, which makes the most revenue for Qualys, makes say 300 million. Even if that cyber risk for that app is say 500 on 1,000, even if that's lowest than all other apps cyber risk, our CISO is expected to still prioritize the one which is 500 because it maps to the highest revenue making app. So that's how we are trying to tie the business risk
to dollars.
Yes, it's all about business value at risk tied to cyber risk.
I love it. What's been I just launched, but I'm going to assume you spoke to a lot of CISOs. And
yes.
What kind of response are you getting from the field, from the industry?
Yeah, interesting, Alan. You asked this question. What we would say is, look, I mean, this has been 25 years of investment. You know what we've been putting in the platform, which is being used to build these building blocks for the cyber risk management. That's on one side. even for building the risk operations center or the ETM, we've been working with 25 odd CISOs over the last 1 year to work with them to get their inputs, etc. In fact, the True Risk name, I would tell you, has come from the conversation with one of the top CISOs,
Really?
Forbes 10 company, their CISO. He actually provided, like, everybody now uses True Risk. Why don't you call your platform as True Risk?
True Risk, yeah.
So we've been working really closely. I think one of the aspects what the CISOs is telling is this is something today is needed. The reason for that is this is something what they've been missing on the proactive risk management side. But also they had tools like GRCs. You remember the old GRCs, as well as their good old Power BIs and the dataware lakes, what they've been using. They've been not working out for, especially for the cloud-related attack surface, the cloud-related assets, cloud-related indicators coming in. So that's where they've been looking for the professional help. Like, if we are having 70% of our ROC data of vulnerabilities, then why not use Qualys's ETM to extend that power for managing the risk as well?
I love it. You know what I haven't asked anyone today, and I just realized that you're a great person to ask. So is this a standalone product, or do you get it if you're already sort of a Qualys enterprise customer? How is it packaged?
Yeah, great question. Our philosophy is risk management should be the function of every CISO and CRO. So it would be available to all customers from enterprise, SMEs, as well as SMBs. What we require customers to have is to have Qualys's provided cyber asset inventory, because that forms the basis.
Right, that's the backbone of...
That's the backbone of Risk Operations Center. And to be honest, that should be anyways the first step of
that you're buying
building
anyway.
your enterprise level risk management program.
Sure.
So customers need to have Qualys's provided a cyber asset inventory. They do not need to have any other Qualys solution. They can actually have any other product from other vendors. They can still push this data from third-party vendors for knowing their risk.
Excellent. Qualys.com, look for Enterprise True Risk Management. That's where you get all the information.
Absolutely. Those interested, qualys.com/ETM. You get all repositories, all information on how to operationalize first Risk Operations Center.
I love it. All right, we're going to take a break here in San Diego. I think we have one more interview coming up today, and then we have a full day tomorrow, starting right with our Techstrong gang in the morning. We have a block there, and we'll be live in San Diego all day. But for now, this is Alan Schimmel for Techstrong TV. We'll be back in just a moment.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team is really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team is really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future.
Hey, my glasses glare is not coming, right?
It's all good. We're live though. What do you think out there? Is his glasses? It's all good. We're good.
It's all good. All good.
No, it's fine. Hey everyone, if you couldn't tell, we're live here in San Diego for QSC, Qualys Security Conference. It's been a heck of a day. It started very early this morning. We've been interviewing all day. And our last guest for today, anyway, because we'll be here all day tomorrow, is Kunal Mordasia. And Kunal, we've interviewed him at QSCs before. We've had the pleasure. Kunal, thank you for coming in and finishing up our day today. As I said, it's been a heck of a day. We spoke a lot about risk. We spoke a lot about ROC. We spoke a lot about security. But we're going to talk today a little bit now about container security. Yeah?
Cloud and container security?
Well, some will say, well, you could have containers without cloud. You could run containers on a mainframe even.
You got it. The cloud and containers are synonyms. They go together.
Absolutely.
So yes, we can certainly talk about it.
Before we get to that, though, tell our audience a little bit about you.
Fantastic. So thank you, Alan, for hosting me.
It's my pleasure.
It's always been a pleasure to work with you and your team. So my name is Kunal Mordasia, and I'm Vice President of Product Management
for the 3 product line at Qualys. One is the cloud and container security, which is industry calls it as a CNAP. The second portfolio is the attack surface management. Last year, which is what you interviewed me for.
I remember.
And the third portfolio is the application security.
Also important.
Yes, it's been 6 years at Qualys. Qualys is celebrating 25th anniversary, so I still have 19 more years to go
before you
to
get
complete
there.
the 25
so
years.
I want you to know, I remember when Qualys started 25 years ago.
When I was in high school, perhaps.
That makes me feel very good. Thank you. Keep it up. We're going to have a great interview.
Yes.
You know, we actually were talking about the Qualys AppSec. We spoke to Beatrice and I forget her name now. Is it Esra?
Asma.
We spoke a little bit about the AppSec stuff earlier.
She's in my team.
Yeah,
Asma is in my team.
It was a great conversation. If you get a chance to see the interview, it's a good video.
Oh, really? Okay, good. Yeah.
Yep. But we're going to talk CNAP. CNAP is something that is very on people's minds in the security world. Talk to us about it.
Sure. Yeah, I would love to talk. So CNAP. First of all, let's understand why CNAP, right? So if you really look at it, Alan, in the last decade or so, the organizations are now going through the digital transformation journey. And as a part of that, they are lifting and shifting some of their on-prem data center infrastructure into the cloud and containerized environment, right? They had applications that were running on-prem. Now they are containerizing those applications to get the business agility, the speed at which the industry is moving. Now this is where, as organizations are moving, the attackers are always one step ahead, and they always look for an opportunity.
They never miss an opportunity.
They never miss an opportunity. There is always a guy with a black hat and looking for things exposed on the internet, things which are in the cloud, where things are very dynamic and things there are a lot of misconfiguration issue. So this is where the CNAP, the Cloud Native Application Protection Platform, has become a very critical functions that organization needs to define and implement and roll out, right? This is where Qualys has a product called Total Cloud.
Okay.
That I just today post lunch, I had a 1-hour talk with one of our customer in terms of understanding overall CNAP strategy, what are the different components that Qualys provides as a part of the Total Cloud to secure those cloud and container workloads. And we had a customer from Syntax. His name is Jesse Najera, and he did speak about how he has been using the Total Cloud product.
I think I interviewed him too.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, good. I'm sure. So you had a experience that he had to share, right?
Yes.
It's a great experience. So yeah, it's been a CNAP has been a top of mind for CISOs.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm happy to further deep dive.
Well, let's dive into it a little. First of all, I forgot what the last numbers I saw were something along the lines of 75% of all new applications, greenfield, not brownfield.
Yep.
75% are built on a container infrastructure.
Yes.
For all intents and purposes, Kubernetes, containers, that's the new compute stack.
Totally.
Right? And so it's dominant. And there's a good percentage of, as we do digital transformation and we migrate to cloud, we are multi-threading, putting applications into containers because it's an efficient good way of doing it. Not the easiest way, I might add. It's still hard doing Kubernetes. By the same token, though, Kunal, we're seeing, and I always mispronounce the word, repatriation. People moving from the cloud back to the data center because the cloud's more expensive than they thought it was going to be. But here's the interesting thing. When they move back from the cloud to the data center, they still keep the containers, right? They don't change the architecture. You could run containers on bare metal. You could run containers in your own data center. So this is the dominant compute stack. Securing it's a whole nother story though. And just like we originally tried to lift and shift applications to the cloud, we've tried to lift and shift security to containers, and it doesn't work. So what is Qualys doing? That is container Kubernetes, this new compute stack, specific, not just lift and shift what yesterday's security was.
Yeah, no, great question. And I really like the way you said the container and how customers are moving to the cloud and they are containerizing the workload. And this is, and you said up to 70%. I would say that these days, modern days, any new application that is getting built, it is always a containerized workload with a microservices and all.
Yeah.
And the beautiful part, and the one that you mentioned was actually bang on, which is some customers now realizing that the cloud costs are skyrocketing. Yeah. Right? So now they are taking those workload and moving it to the on-prem data center where they could control everything themselves, right? The thing here is, if it was not a containerized workload, then you wouldn't be able to lift and shift back again to your on-prem data center. This is where the containers are the one which are actually offering that agility, flexibility, that once you develop your application using container environment form factor,
you run it anywhere.
You run it anywhere.
Yep.
That reminds me always and passionately, yeah, Java. You bang on. And by the way, I worked at a Sun Microsystem. That was my first job. The company that invented.
So we weren't in high school when I was there. You're lying. If you were working at Sun, come on.
Oh, come on. Yes, yeah. So I did work there. It was my first job right out of the college.
Okay.
And so this always reminds me that analogy. And one more thing I will say, right, in terms of why container, before we talk about what Qualys is doing, think of a container, right? So before the container, we had a on-prem machines, right? Fully the machines where you are running all of application. Then came the virtualized environment where everything is virtualized. Then came the containerized environment, right? Here is the thing. When you were running your applications on your on-prem era, on the bigger box, you still had to do vulnerability management, compliance, threat management. Then it moved to the virtualized environment, you still had to do the same function. Now when it moves to the containerized environment, you still have to do the security, compliance and everything. But what has changed is, with on-prem, it was very difficult to move things. When it becomes virtualized, it was little bit easy. When it is containerized, it is now very easy. So think of that as a single family home, then you move to the multi-story apartment, and then container is your RV, recreational vehicle. You drive it anywhere you want.
That's
right?
a great analogy.
Right? So this is where now, here is the thing. Now when container is offering such a business agility, speed at which you can develop, go to the market, it comes with the challenges. As you rightly said, the containers becomes the prime target for the customer. Now container goes through the entire lifecycle journey. The developers who are writing the codes, as they are compiling the code, then it creates the images for the containers. And they are stored in some public registry so that people can take any of those images and then create a container out of it and run it in their production environment. You see the entire pipeline here, and anywhere the attacker, the bad guy, is always looking for the loophole while writing the code, or it is available in the image registry, or it is running, they want to get into that environment, modify some files, move laterally, do something with the container environment. This is where monitoring the end-to-end pipeline, end-to-end, is extremely important. So as a part of Qualys' Total Cloud CNAPP solution, we do have a container security KCS. We call it as a Kubernetes container security, which is part of the solution and which is included in the package. So you don't have to yet another do the nickel and dime. It's included with the package. Now with our Kubernetes and container security product line, as the developers are writing the code, as they are building things, we can integrate our container sensors, the scanners, into their CI/CD pipeline. So as they're writing the code, we can scan for a vulnerability, threats and other thing.
That's the way it's done today.
Exactly. So it is more like a shifting left, fixing things at a source.
Where it's a fraction of the cost to do versus down the more right.
Exactly. But then it also comes with a downside, which is now your developer have to do more work. As they are writing the code, we are scanning things, we are finding issues, they have to fix it before it gets into
AI.
There you go. Right, there you go. And I'm coming to the AI part, but with our Kubernetes and container security, we integrate right into the source, which is their CI/CD pipeline, and we tell them, hey.
Let me stop you here. When you say you integrate right into the CI/CD pipeline, so you're not in the IDE, right?
No.
No. Is this like a GitOps type of thing
GitOps,
where you're in Git
and
or Jenkins
Azure
as well?
builds and all of that, right?
Okay, I got
This
you.
is where the build kicks in. So when they are compiling the code and all of that, right? Now, once the build pass, it becomes the image.
Yes.
But with our product, they have an option to fail the build based on their organization's policy. You could say any build has a vulnerability or a malware or a secret that is checked in accidentally by the developer. We look for those things and you could fail the build. You could ask developer to fix it right there. So the compliance team can enforce this thing.
Right. That's a big thing.
So you can fix the things before.
Now, when you say the compliance team, it's not compliance like the PCI compliance.
No.
This is our testing and our deploy team.
Exactly. So the SecOps team or the SRE team could say that, hey, any build that has a vulnerability with a severity 5 or this particular CV,
whatever it is,
don't let it go. Don't let it go.
And automatically it gets kicked back at that point.
It gets kicked back. Now imagine you pass through that scanning with our CI/CD scanner and other thing, then it becomes the image. Now that image is hosted in the different registry. We do support up to 20 plus different image registry like your GitLab, GitHub, you name it, and we have it. AWS ECR registry or you name it, we got it. Then we have a container scanner for the image registry. So when their images are built, automatically it's going to scan that image.
Okay. When you say it's scanning the container image, or is it also scanning the container settings?
Both. It is scanning the container image because often a time when it is built, it is also including some third-party libraries, open source, right? SBOM. So when we do that image registry scanning, then we look for all of those indicators. Again, customer has an option to make sure that if the image has a severity 5 or a CVE or this particular vulnerability or a secret checked in accidentally as a part of that image, or the third-party library has some vulnerability, you can write a code, a policy, and say that this image cannot become a runtime container.
Fantastic.
You see, again, the prevention at the source.
Yep.
And today, in my session today, I think you may have missed it because of the other interviews.
Mahesh, the cyber insurance guy, I interviewed him too.
Yes.
And the fellow from Level Blue.
Great. Right, and as a part of my session, I did mention that there was a breach last year where attackers were very, very smart. What they did is that they looked into this public registry where the container images were there. They injected the malicious code. Now what happened is that accidentally when you took that image and created a runtime container, already the malicious code is running as a part of your containerized application. So it is extremely important that you start with shiplap, you scan your images now. Assume your images are good, they are ready to go. And then your application development deployment team, the SRE team takes those images and then they create a runtime workload, which is a container where you are hosting your application, right? Now the question is, if you have done these two things very well, then do you really have to monitor during the runtime when it is running?
Absolutely.
There you go. There are few vendors out there, they are only doing this left side part and they says, oh yeah, you fix everything there, you don't have issue, but that is never the case. If that was the case, then the runtime never existed.
First of all, containers are ephemeral. The average container lasts maybe 15 seconds or something.
Exactly, they come and go very, very fast.
You can't afford not to stop monitoring that. That's people, so here's how I look at, when I look at security, there's this whole shift, look, we're DevOps.com, we know this, right? There's this whole shift left piece. Let's say, it's like having the deployment stage is right in the middle. There are some people who look at the left, there are other people who only look from deployment to the right. But if your security solution, and maybe it's not one vendor, maybe you have multiple vendors, it'd be nice if it's one vendor. If you're not looking at it, there's a term we use now, instead of shift left, shift everywhere.
I like it.
Right? You got to shift everywhere.
Shift everywhere.
Because if you're not looking at that whole piece,
100% agreed.
You're in trouble.
This is exactly our vision is that once it is in runtime, you still have to monitor that runtime Kubernetes nodes where the containers are deployed. And we have a cluster sensor, general sensor to monitor those runtime behavior. So what we do is that we have a deep learning and AI technology where we are monitoring the runtime container environment for the file system change, malware, hashes, and we do the behavioral analysis and whatnot. And with that, we are able to find the malware. We look for, again, the secret. If the attacker, when they are in a container environment, they are in your production environment, they will modify some files. They will try to move laterally within environment. Same techniques are still same, just the form factor has changed.
Absolutely.
Right? So now what we are doing in that environment is we are constantly monitoring with the eBPF, the new technology-based sensor that we are building it, where we are monitoring the runtime container deployment environment. So now we can look for, hey, here is a file system change event. Oh, somebody is trying to move laterally. Oh, here is a malware that I am seeing with the deep learning and AI. Because in the container, you cannot deploy the agent. Right. Because as you rightly said, containers are coming and going very, very fast. But there is no point in taking an effort in and deploying an agent when those workloads are going to be short-lived.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, for anyone who's not familiar with CNAP, that's exactly what you just described is the crux of it. And it's how it's done. We're probably past time. We were supposed to end 10 minutes ago, but it's okay.
We like to talk, so...
And passion. I love passion. Yes. I don't care what, I tell my children this, I don't care what you do for a living, be passionate about what you do.
It's all about passion, it's about what you do.
Absolutely. Kumar, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alan.
My
it's
friend,
always
seeing
pleasure
you.
Talking to you.
You've heard it here. It's going to wrap up our first day of QSC, Qualys Security Conference. We're back here early tomorrow, right after Techstrong Gang. Check us out then. Until then, though, it's a wrap. This is Alan Schimmel for Techstrong TV. We're out.